we went out to ANU, we snuck in somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know, the only one I won't park in at UNSW is the one reserved for the logo parking, which is fair enough.
That one's never used, it'd be the safest bet.
Okay, I think we are just about ready to get started. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you on this beautiful morning on Ngunnawal country. Our first speaker, Professor Emma Sparks, the Rector and Dean of UNSW Canberra, will provide a formal acknowledgement to country in her opening remarks. But before she takes over, I just wanted to say a huge welcome, a couple of thank yous, and then briefly run over the agenda for the day. To those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Lauren Mellows, and I'm the Communications and Engagement Manager at Security and Defence Plus, based out of King's College London. Emma's going to talk a little bit more about the Security and Defence Plus partnership in a moment, but I just wanted to say it has been an absolute pleasure to organise this event in collaboration with UNSW Canberra. Special thanks to Nicole Townsend and Tristan Moss, as well as S&D Plus Director Ian Langford, and all of the team here at UNSW for bringing the day together. Today's Athena Series Women in Strategy Conference Canberra edition is the third in our series, following events in London and in Phoenix. And I'm probably not meant to say this, but I think we might have saved the best till last. I'm so excited to hear from the experts, trailblazers, and leaders who will be speaking today. Thank you so much for the time and enthusiasm that you've given to this event. In terms of the agenda, after Emma's welcome address, we will dive straight into our first panel, which will introduce some of the key themes of the day. Following a short coffee break, we'll move into our second panel on geopolitics, grand strategy, and gender perspectives in the Indo-Pacific before breaking for lunch. Just to note that lunch will just be to the left as you go out the door, and the closest washrooms are also in that building. We'll return in the afternoon for a fireside chat on industry and innovation, and then our third panel will be on women's pathways into defence and inclusive military reform. After another quick coffee break at 3 p.m, we'll wrap up with our panel on women's leadership and the critical challenges of our time, before some closing remarks from Ian Langford. The event is being live streamed, so all comments are sort of open, and at the end of each session, we'll leave some time for audience Q&A. So we encourage everyone to speak up, share your thoughts, ask questions, but if you just wait for a minute, because we will be running with mics, so we want to make sure that our audiences online can actually hear everyone. So not only are we going to hear a wealth of expertise and insights from the speakers, but today is also about exploring opportunities, networking and making connections, and looking to see how we can all contribute to a more secure, peaceful, and equitable future. That's all from me. If you have any questions or also any ideas on how we can build on the momentum of the Athena series, please come and share them with me. I hope you have a great day, and over to you, Emma.
Thanks, Lauren. Good morning to our distinguished guests, speakers, and to all colleagues in the room. It really is an absolute pleasure to be able to welcome you to the Athena Series Women Strategy Conference. I'd like to firstly acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to elders past and present. And I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. We're delighted to have this important event held on site here at the ADFA campus and extend our welcome to all of you. Welcome also to our online audiences who are following the live stream. I'm sure most of you are aware of UNSW, but you may not be as familiar with S&D Plus, Security and Defence Plus, who have really been the driving force behind today's event. Security and Defence Plus is the flagship program of the Plus Alliance, which is a global partnership between Arizona State University in the US, King's College in the UK, and UNSW. Spanning 3 continents, the Plus Alliance is grounded in a shared commitment to solving global challenges and leveraging our shared strengths towards societal impact. The purpose of Security and Defence Plus is to advance research, education and policy to support statecraft in the spirit of the AUKUS agreement. Today's event is just one example of how Security and Defence Plus is putting that purpose into action. This will be the third instalment of the Athena Series, following the inaugural event in October 24 in London and the second event in Phoenix, Arizona, just last month. The name Athena Series is inspired by the Greek goddess Athena, who embodies wisdom, courage, and strategic warfare. Athena was not only a warrior, but also a protector of cities, known for her rational and just leadership, making her a powerful symbol for the women who continue to shape strategy, security, and defence today. This event is very much about the role women can and should play in the fields of strategy, security, and defence. And I'm very proud that UNSW has long been a strong champion for gender equity in all parts of society. Initiatives like UNSW Women in Research Network, Women's Wellbeing Academy, along with participation in the Sage Athena Swan programme and transforming women's leadership pathways, are just a few examples of how UNSW is taking practical steps to bring about positive change. I want to take a moment to reflect on the path that has led us here. Women have played a critical, yet often unrecognised role in shaping strategic security landscapes throughout history. From intelligence work to frontline leadership, women have made invaluable contributions to national and international security, and yet we know that barriers still exist. Representation in leadership, policy decision-making, and operational strategy remains uneven. The question we must ask ourselves today is, how do we continue to break these barriers and create lasting change? In Australia, gender equality in the security, defence and strategy sectors has seen significant progress in recent years. The Australian Defence Force has actively increased female participation, with women now comprising over 20% of the permanent force, a number that continues to grow. In 2024, the proportion of women in senior executive service positions across the Australian public service sat at 51.6%. Additionally, Australia has been a strong advocate of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, reinforcing the importance of integrating gender perspectives into security policy and operations. Despite this progress, and recognising the impact of women in the strategy and security domain, challenges remain and systemic barriers continue to limit equal participation. At the same time, the global security landscape is evolving rapidly. Conflicts persist in Ukraine and Gaza, tensions in the Indo-Pacific are escalating. There's increasing prevalence of cyber threats, and the impact of climate change on security all require strategic responses that are adaptive but also inclusive. Australia, as a key regional player, must navigate these challenges with foresight and resilience. The inclusion of women in these spaces is not just about representation. It's about improving security outcomes for everyone. With that in mind, today we'll be hearing from a remarkable group of women who are experts in the military, government, and diplomatic and academic domains. It really is quite rare to have this breadth and number of leaders and experts in the same room at the same time. To name just a few among our distinguished speakers, we have Lieutenant General Michelle McGuinness, Australia's National Cybersecurity Coordinator, who has played a key role in shaping Australia's cyber defence and resilience strategy. Justine Grieg, Deputy Secretary Defence People, Rear Admiral Letitia Van Stralen, Head of Military Personnel, and Brigadier Caitlin Langford, whose leadership is driving efforts to improve the mental health and resilience of Australian defence personnel. In addition to defence and government leaders, today's discussions will also feature academic and policy experts who are shaping the strategic landscape through research and policy innovation, as well as representatives from defence industry who are playing a critical role in advancing technology, capability development, and workforce transformation. Today's conference should not merely be a platform for discussion. I hope it also acts as motivation for everyone here to keep pushing and advocating for greater inclusivity and equity when it comes to strategy, security, and defence leadership. One of the key themes of today is inclusive leadership, which is about recognising the value that diverse perspectives can bring to the decision-making process. Research has shown time and again that groups and organisations that embrace diversity in leadership are better equipped to handle complex challenges. As we see more women and underrepresented groups in leadership roles and actively involved in key decision-making processes, we will see better informed decision-making. Today, the impact on gender on decision-making and policy development will also be a topic of discussion. It's increasingly recognised that female involvement and gender equity can be hugely advantageous when it comes to both policy development and decision-making, particularly at national, regional, and also international levels. This is especially true when it comes to geopolitics and gender perspectives in regions like the Asia-Pacific. Women's perspectives are indispensable in understanding the nuanced dynamics of this region, where security challenges are interconnected with political, cultural, and economic factors. Women's participation in policy and diplomatic discussions ensures that security frameworks are more inclusive and effective in addressing the needs of all people, not just the select few. As we look to the future, it's imperative that we continue fostering mentorship, networks, and professional development opportunities for women at all levels of the security and defence sectors, and that we collectively champion opportunities for all talented emerging leaders. Encouraging the next generation of female leaders will be key to sustaining the progress that we have made so far. I urge all of you, whether you are early career professionals, senior leaders, or students, to take this opportunity to build connections that will support and inspire further change. Before I wrap up, I want to acknowledge the team at Security and Defence Plus and here at UNSW who've organised today's event. Lauren Mellows from Security and Defence Plus, who introduced us this morning, and Nicole Townsend from UNSW have done a truly fantastic job in making today happen. So thank you to Lauren and Nicole. Today's discussions are important, but let us commit to leaving this gathering and continuing the work of amplifying the contributions of women in strategy, security, and defence. This is how genuine change will come about. If we do follow through on that commitment, I'm sure the world will move towards being a safer, more secure, and more equitable place. Enjoy a wonderful conference, and thank you for coming. I'd now like to pass over to today's opening panel discussion, which will be moderated by Professor Verity Firth, Vice President and Societal Impact Equity Engagement at UNSW. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, and I'd also like to acknowledge that we're meeting today on the land of the Ngunnawal people and to pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. So yes, I'm Verity Firth. I'm the Vice President of Societal Impact Equity and Engagement at UNSW, and I'm very excited to be here today to lead off the session with a panel of esteemed guests who I'll introduce in a moment. But before I move to the panel, I have asked them to address a very difficult question first, and it's difficult because I think as leaders we're always taught to move on and to be constantly seeking the next challenge and not necessarily reflecting on when things go wrong. So my first question to the panel is going to be about failure. It's going to be about when was your greatest moment of failure as a leader and what did it teach you about yourself and your leadership approach? And it's been interesting talking to the panel because all of them have found that a little bit difficult. They're all sort of thinking, trying to work out what exactly it was and how to talk about it. But in order not to leave them completely alone in that journey, I thought that I'd also open to talk a little bit about failure. And the reason why I want to talk about failure is I don't think people talk about it enough. There is no such thing as a perfect career. In fact, you're probably not telling the truth if you say you have never failed. But really the connection, really what you've got to do with failure, of course, is be curious about it. Work out what happened. What can you do better next time? Don't take it too personally, and analyse. So I think it's important to talk about failure, because I think we've got to all accept that that happens, but that we do move on. So what's my biggest failure? Well, my biggest failure, absolutely no doubt about it, was that I was at one stage a very promising politician, and I was the New South Wales Minister for Education between 2007 and 2011. It was a job that I absolutely loved, and although I did find at times politics quite a difficult, it wasn't perfect, but it was a job that I absolutely loved. It was obviously a job with enormous impact, and it was in an area that I desperately cared about. I really have a strong view about the power of education. So I was doing my dream job, and I thought I was doing it well, and I think I was doing it well. But of course, as in all democracies, the election did have to come round. And at the election in 2011, Labor, I was in the Labor Party, we were on a big landslide election, and I lost my seat to the Greens. Interestingly, having first lost my seat, I was okay, I bounced back okay after that. And I think what was interesting was, I think I subconsciously didn't quite tell myself the truth. Like, I thought, oh, that's okay, I've lost the seat, but I'm sure I'll be back and there'll be other opportunities, and onward and upward, and I'll go and get myself a job in education, and I'll still be able to do everything I can do as a politician. It's all going to be fine. So I went off and got a job as Chief Executive of the Public Education Foundation, which was a wonderful job, and I did have a good time, but I knew that I missed the scale of politics and the scale of government. So in 2015, I ran again for the seat of Balmain, and I lost again. And it was that second loss, I think, that was really quite devastating for me, because it was at the second loss that I couldn't really say to myself anymore, it's all right, there'll be other opportunities, you'll come back, you'll bounce back, because the way politics works is probably, yes, there are other opportunities, but they're hard, they involve a lot of conflict and struggle, and it isn't that easy to get back in if you don't win the seat that's sort of earmarked for you. So that was really when I had, I think, quite a genuine crisis in my career. I'd been working towards a political career for 20 years. I was 40 at the time. I thought I was old. 40? Like, what do you mean I'm so young? But anyway, but I really did feel like I've been totally training for this job that I no longer can do. What am I going to do? And it was then that I was very lucky, because I discovered there was a job going at the University of Technology, Sydney. It was a job in social justice and inclusion. I believed passionately in education. I wanted to get back to a space with more scale, so I was very interested in universities. So I did apply for the job, and I got the job. But what I learned, what that first year in that job really taught me was, firstly, it taught me about humility. I actually had to learn new things. I really didn't know much about the university sector. In fact, I'm sort of embarrassed with how little I knew when I first went in to work in universities. So I had to learn, I had to be humble, I had to listen, I had to take a step backwards. I had to go in at executive director level. I'd been a Minister of the Crown, but I went in at executive director level when I first went in. So it was a bit about being humble, recognising I had to learn, but locking in. But I still wasn't 100% happy, and I was still all a bit, discombobulated. And I still remember the day that I had this absolute breakthrough, where it just suddenly dawned on me, love the job that you have, right? Oh, don't keep thinking grass is greener, grass is greener. Grass is never really greener. There's ups and downs of every job. But if your job has purpose, if your job still speaks to you and gets you out of bed in the morning, which my job luckily did, then actually leaning into the job that you have is what you need to do. And the minute that I made that decision, it was like a sudden light bulb moment where I said, you know what, I'm just going to become really good at this job that I have in front of me now. I'm going to appreciate what I have in front of me now. And then really the rest was history, because as soon as you cast off the shackles of your previous dreams, it sounds a bit depressing, but it wasn't quite like that. You actually lean in and see all the great possibilities of what's actually in front of you. And it was from then that I went on, I was promoted, Pro-Vice-Chancellor at UTS, I'm now Vice President at UNSW. It's a really wonderful role, and a big part of the role that I now have at the university in many ways embodies the best bits of what I loved about politics without all the terrible bits that I didn't love about politics. I get to work with extremely interesting, clever people. I believe we work for great public purpose at universities. We're really seeking truth in research, and we're training the next generation of leaders and next generation of bright young people. And I enjoy working in a place of such optimism. And I don't need to deal with the various downsides of politics, which is also slightly, as you can probably tell, full of anger, hate and conflict. So, that was my failure. That is how I learnt from it. And it's not always easy, but I definitely now look at my life and think, gosh, I was lucky that I lost that seat. And I always like to tell this, particularly to young people, because never think that your life is just a linear path. And there will always be new things coming up, always be open, always be flexible, and always be learning, and always be thinking about how you can improve your skills and be curious about the world. So that's my story of failure. I'm very excited to be here today. I'm about to introduce the panel, but one of the reasons I'm so excited to be here today is that in my role at UNSW, a big part of what we're talking about as we build towards a university of societal impact and progress for all is how you partner outside the university. There is no impact if universities don't actually go out, sit alongside experts and practitioners in whatever field that may be, sit alongside public servants, NGOs, discuss the critical issues of the day and engage with society and its wicked problems. That's at the heart of what the UNSW strategy is about, and I actually can't think of a better example than this Plus Alliance Athena Series. It really embodies everything that we're trying to do as a university. So, now to the opening panel. I'm going to pick up my glasses, which fell to the floor. That's another thing about hitting your 50s. So this morning's opening panel, Pioneering Leadership in Strategy, Security and Defence. And I'd now like to welcome to the stage our four panellists. Jacinta Carroll, who's Assistant Secretary, Strategy and Governance, Headquarters Joint Capabilities Group. And you can sit wherever you like. Danielle Cave, Director of Executive Strategy and Research, Australian Strategic Policy Institute. Justine Grieg, Assistant Secretary, Strategy and Governance, Headquarters Joint Capability Group, Department of Defence. And Kathy Maloney, Australian Vice President, the Asia Group. If they could come and join me. Now, each of these, I was absolutely blown away by the bios of these women. I'm not going to read them out because they literally are so accomplished that we'll be here till morning tea, but do have a look. These are senior defence and national security leaders who've really been pioneering and quite phenomenal in their field. So have a look at the bios. They're in your programs. So today we're going to be looking at pioneering leadership in strategy, security and defence. So we're looking both at the art of leadership, but we're also going to be looking at how gender shapes leadership in traditionally masculine sectors and how we can create positive shifts together. So I'm going to make sure that I leave plenty of time for questions because I'm sure you'll have them, so I won't dominate. I'll let you also have questions. And I'm now going to open up to the panel. Now, I might do you want another microphone? Because I can use this one.
Sure.
All right, so as or maybe I can't use this one. Is that working? This is why you need military leaders, security leaders. The microphone's now working. So I'm going to start with my first question, the same question I asked myself to each of these leaders. You can go in whatever order you would like. But my opening question is, what has been your greatest moment of failure as a leader? And what did it teach you about yourself and your leadership approach?
Well, I sat in this seat, didn't I? So there you go. Look, two things. One is I am one of those people, and I think it's most of us, I know Justine and I were talking about, who were really thinking about this very challenging question on the weekend, because we're postured in leadership to say how successful we are and have job interviews that say how successful we are and not to focus on failure. So it's a great question, and it's a really good one for self-reflection, and I would encourage all of you to reflect on it at some stage. Mine, and I will say one thing, I had a period of time working in think tanks, including at ASPI, where Danielle is now, and I had the extraordinary privilege of being the keynote speaker at the launch of the Plus Alliance at UNSW in Sydney, and I've been following the successes of the Alliance and the development of the Security and Defence Plus, and I'm blown away, so well done. The question is one of initially a moment of failure, and while there are many, many substantial failures, it really focused for me something that I think about often. Around 20 years ago, I was a bright, sparky, very confident defence public servant, standing in a room in Baghdad, in the Coalition Provisional Authority, in Saddam's old palace, with around 20 former, very, very senior Iraqi military personnel and government officials. And I was presenting to them on how to have a defence force and a Ministry of Defence in a democracy. I'd had very good experience in doing this. I'd been involved in setting up the East Timorese Defence Force previously, Timor-Leste. I'd been the POLAD to the Chief of Joint Operations over the previous year, so looking at everything that was going on with our military operations in Iraq, and I'd studied the Middle East. I was a student of the public service, so I thought I really was the best person to be doing this. And of course I stood up there, started to give my presentation, got to a point where there was a natural pause to ask for questions, and I had 3 people stand up and give 5-minute long speeches on things that had absolutely nothing to do with anything that I had been talking about. I did a little bit of drama at school, but I'm not a great actress, so I looked a bit surprised, tried to figure out where we would go from there, and I thought a morning tea break might be a good idea. So at the morning tea break, 2 major generals from the Iraqi army came up to me and they said, Ms. Jacinta, you just need to understand that in our culture, a sign of respect is being allowed to speak. And they don't know what you're talking about. We've been to War College in America, we know what you're talking about, but most of these people don't. So they're trying to find something to say. So you did the right thing by letting them speak, but maybe be a bit calmer next time. So really, really good advice. So why was this a moment of failure for me? I'd arrived only 72 hours previously. I've been very focused on this. As I said, I knew I was the right person to be doing this job, one of 2 Australian public servants who were over there doing this particular thing. What I learnt from that moment, though, is, you know what, we're all really smart. We've all got our degrees. Everyone you work with in your teams are smart. We all have experiences, but we don't know everything. And the number one lesson I learnt there was to listen. There are a whole bunch of other lessons, but I'll go through them in no particular order. Don't make assumptions about people. And hugely there, and I know Danielle has great experience overseas as well. I've worked a lot before then, but since then overseas as well. The big lesson that it taught me was understand context and culture. Because regardless of what's on the label, regardless of what people are saying, including politicians, our leaders, really understand what's going on in that place. And that was a lesson I needed back in my normal workplace, because I always thought that, oh, okay, so what we're doing, my title, that's the thing. I'm currently standing up a new strategy and governance branch in Headquarters Joint Capability Group. I'm the only public servant in that headquarters environment at that level. And so the first thing I did was talk to people and discover that what I thought strategy was, and probably what the Strategic Centre of Defence and my policy colleagues think it is, actually isn't what they think it is in that group at the moment. And that's okay. So what did I have to do? What did I have to think about? So there's some of the things. My last piece is that word fail that focused so many of us over the weekend is a great one. I've done a little bit of engineering. You fail when you test a system, and you test so that you can adjust and so you can do again. And if there's one thing about leadership, if we're not testing, experimenting, I love Verity's word, being curious about things, then maybe question, are we actually being leaders? Because if we're not disrupting a little bit, we're not trying something and it doesn't always work, are we really trying? Are we really focusing? Are we doing what, as I look around this room, I know all of you can do? So thank you. I feel really relieved now having gone first.
That's right. You've got it over with. Danielle, we'll go down the line. That's how we'll do it.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, this was a really tough question because there wasn't one moment that stood out, but I fail all the time on, I'm sure, a daily basis. I'm constantly trying to get things up that maybe my organisations or the system is not ready for. In the past, I've never been patient enough. I'm a lot more patient now, but 7 years ago, I remember just thinking, why isn't the system embracing my new idea? I don't understand. You know, I've spoken to ministers' offices, I've figured out where the budget could come from, and now I'm just a little bit more, we all work in this sort of messy, chaotic system, and everyone's really busy, and your priority is not necessarily their priority. In fact, it might be number 508. It's never going to get to the top. So you just have to be a lot more patient. But the example I've picked is one that just happened recently, and I don't have the answers yet, so I'm just going to throw it out there as something tough that I'm still grappling with, and it's certainly a failure. So about a month ago, the Wall Street Journal came to me and said, we've heard that ASPI has lost some US government funding in the Doge US government funding situation. Would you guys like to give a comment and talk about your funding? And I don't love doing media, but I thought this is a really good opportunity for us to talk about what's happened. And in my world, the majority, if you want data-driven China work, the US government is really the only funder who will fund that stuff via grants and tenders. Other countries will dabble a little bit, and they all want to read it. They want the embargoed reports, they beg for the data, they want the briefings, but we're in a situation where most governments don't want to put their name to work that might be seen as a little bit sensitive. So I said something to that effect in the interview, and it was a half an hour interview, and it came out weeks later, and our section was almost 40% of the article, which was a bit daunting, and it went on the homepage. And I thought, great, it's good that we got the message out. I'm going to move on. But within about 2 or 3 days, the Chinese government started quite a global cyber-enabled disinformation operation. And I saw it tick up, and I thought, okay, here we go. They target ASPI maybe 3 to 4 times a year. I'm used to this. But this one went specific for individuals, not really for myself, a little bit for myself, but it went for the head of our China team, Bethany Allen, who's an excellent analyst. And if any of you work on China, you should try to meet her. She's fantastic. So there she is, has nothing to do with the article that I've done, going on and doing fantastic work, and suddenly she's on the receiving end of this vicious, threatening harassment operation, to the point where, CCP-supported influencers were doing videos about her where they'd taken bits of information from conferences she spoke at 20 years ago, taken out of context, and pushed these videos globally. And it lasted for 2 weeks, and it was absolutely brutal. And just watching it, I thought, this is mostly because of my article, of my comments that Chinese state media picked up on, wrote 25 different articles about in 2 weeks, and then targeted her as a response. So I guess my failure in that, and I'm still processing it, it's quite new and fresh, is that you never want to self-censor, but I didn't think through the macro element of what we were doing. We're in a world where US tech companies now don't counter foreign-enabled disinformation operations like they did even just 6 to 12 months ago. Most of them have dropped that, and you can see what's happening in the US. Disinformation is now a dirty word. So what I didn't think through was, hang on, how is this going to play out in this really fastly moving geopolitical environment? I don't think I ever could have guessed, but I should have thought more deeply about how things are changing. I should have prepared our China team and others for, okay, we're always on the receiving end of an information operation, but a Wall Street Journal article goes quite widely. This might blow back. How do we prepare for that? So just in my moment, I was just like, yep, this is quick, this is good, I'll just move on. But I just think I needed to think a little bit more about the macro stuff, about our teams, about just thinking through sort of what was going on in the world. So it's very new and fresh, and I don't have all the answers. But next time I will be thinking 3 times before I do something like that, and thinking deeply about how we prepare for a backlash.
Look, fantastic. My lane as Deputy Secretary People is really ripe for constant failure. When you think that it's 100,000 plus people, strategy, service delivery, which includes the pay system, which is actually the thing that fundamentally has to go right. I also have work health and safety, and a million functions that are both strategy and service delivery. And I suggest I have micro failings often, but I will choose one of the bigger ones. A little bit of context needed for this example, and there's 2 threads to it. So go back to 2011, 12, 13, and Elizabeth Broderick's Human Rights Commissioner's great work at the Australian Defence Force Academy here, and also the review of the treatment of the women in ADF more broadly. We had a very, very big cultural reform strategy that really picked up on those recommendations, as well as many others from a number of other reviews that the then Minister for Defence commissioned. Big program of work between 2012 and 2015, 178 recommendations, of which we really went hard at as a system and as an organisation. Come 2015, we needed the second wave. There was a view in Defence that we'd had so many recommendations that the time was really for what were our cultural reform priorities, and rather than recommendations, the leadership, chiefs of service, group heads needed to grab those priorities and institute and implement in the environmental context they were in. So that was the plan, and that was my role. Halfway through that sort of 2015, 16, 17 period, we developed that approach. Come 2020, so we were implementing, the Australian National Audit Office came along, and the ANAO started asking very big questions. And look, where this ended up was the ANAO were very, very... they reported well in terms of our engagement. It was one of the biggest consultation efforts I've ever been involved in generating these 6 priorities for culture reform. Great on the consultation, grassroots up, leadership engagement down, but the big but was execution. Because we wanted to move away from a recommendation-based approach and more in the environments that people were working at in, moving strategic circumstances, fail on execution, fail on evaluation. And at the time, I felt incredibly responsible for this. The 2 threads here, I really should have reached out to my colleagues and many people across the enterprise at that point to help me with what I was owning entirely from this report. But more to the point, and the thing that I've used ever since is really focusing more on the execution than the strategy itself. And it's, a fundamental obvious lesson. Why I missed it at the time was because we're actually trying to move to a different way of doing things. But that doesn't negate the need for proper execution and evaluation. And you'll hear from a couple of people I work closely with over the next day or so, and they'll talk a bit about that evaluation and that execution from where we've got to. I also, I'll probably come back to some more context of my role shortly, but I was listening hard to Emma's introductory comments, just to finish on quite a positive. There are 51% senior executive service women in the Defence senior executive service. Another important point is across the whole of government, there are just over 40% women in the SES. So Defence has actually tipped it the other way, and it's a less known thing. So I did just want to end on that point, but I think I've probably stopped there.
I'm assuming this is on. Hi, thanks for having me. I'm a bit like Danielle, kind of saying that there's sort of constant failures. Mine is absolutely constant failures, without a doubt. And one thing about this question was it is hard to think about and talk about. And for me, it's hard because I can't quite pinpoint one area like these amazing people have been able to stand up. Because I feel like I do this all the time. Just in my daily life, I'd probably walk away from here and think I've just completely failed at everything that I'm about to say. And that's why I do a lot of therapy. And it's true, though. So I think probably because my own personal way of functioning in the world is to question everything about myself and whether I'm good enough, that I really had to kind of start thinking probably in my 30s, and particularly around doing my PhD, when I really did have a mental failure. That it was a horrible experience. It was just so devastating to me writing my doctorate and what was going on at the time, that I didn't realize I was not in a mentally good space. And so therefore every word I put down on that piece of paper felt like a complete failure. And it was just horrific. And I actually did have to do a lot of therapy to get over it, because I got my PhD. I'm not an idiot. You know, I've been really successful in my life, and yet I couldn't get over the fact that I just thought I was a useless human being, because I wasn't lauded like some of the other students that were graduating at the same time. I had a real problem with my supervisor at the time as well. We really clashed. And we are now really good friends, by the way. But part of that is also because I knew that I wasn't going to get a job without him being my reference. And that was a really horrible place to put yourself in. So I kind of constantly felt every time I woke up I was failing. I couldn't get a job. They say people who do, and I'm not going to stop any of you doing PhDs. I mean, I might after this, you might all, like UNSW, Emma's going to sit there and go, God, we've lost half our HDR. Thanks, Kathy. But it was a struggle. I was told finishing my PhD that it would take me 3 years and 100 job applications to get a full-time sort of career. It took me 5 years and nearly 300 job applications to get something that I was happy in and that would keep me in a secure position. And I had to do a lot of therapy to realise that I wasn't a failure as a human, because I'm pretty good, you know, and I've finally come to the realisation that I am actually really good at what I do and I enjoy it. And what I would say and what I would learn, or what I have learned about myself from that, is I have extreme resilience, I have a lot of determination, and I just won't take shit from people anymore, I guess. There's that. And I mean that in the nicest possible way, because what I've then brought in a leadership role is I won't allow people to wallow so long in their misery or imposter syndrome. And so for me as a leader, and I did this even while I was teaching, I've won 3 Vice Chancellor Awards for teaching, and I still thought of myself as a failure. I would keep encouraging people to sort of see beyond what is right there in front of them and why they think they're failing at the time, and to kind of go, you just have to do whatever you need to do to find what's in yourself to keep going. And that to me is my sort of constant failure, but kind of because you also have to recognise that that's happening in people around you, and you know, all 3 of us have, like, or 4 of us here have, like, you know, pretty full-on jobs. Like Danielle said, you think you're doing the right thing. I worked with Danielle at ASPE as well. I mean, there's a lot of ASPE people here. But I totally understand how you felt you were doing the right thing for ASPI. It was a really important thing to be speaking out against what the Chinese government is doing to ASPI, and yet at the same time sort of not really understand what's happening on the macro level. And I think that's probably something I have to keep sort of engaging with. But that's a personal thing for me. But I'll leave it there. Otherwise, you know, you're going to lose anybody who's doing a PhD here will go, oh, God, this is horrible. It's not. It's great. You get to call yourself doctor at the end of it. Tops.
So I really encourage people to think a bit about that in their own careers and lives. So I'm now going to move to some more strategic focus questions. I'm coming to Kathy and Danielle first. At a time when we're seeing significant shifting global power dynamics, it's a very interesting time to be involved in this space. How do you foresee the role of women leaders shaping international defence and national security strategies? Who'd like to go first, Danielle or Kathy? You go first, then Danielle.
Keep it going, God. I'm on a roll here, people. Let's see if I can bring you back in and keep you studying. Okay. I don't think we can sit here and ignore what's happening in the United States and what's happening in the DEI space, and the idea that anybody who's a woman in a job of any significance is now seen as some sort of diversity, as if we didn't exist in the first place. It just, I find it, I get very angry about it, and I find that I have to kind of switch off sometimes, because the deluge that's happening to the whole sector is kind of upsetting. One example I can give you how it's now affecting us in Australia is I'm on the board of Women in Nuclear Australia. It's a not-for-profit. We're about education and just inclusion. And obviously in nuclear and like defence and national security, there wasn't a lot of women. There are now, thanks to the ASA and things like that. We've got a lot more people that are membership. And I'm not here spruiking women in nuclear, but we do rely on sponsorship. And we got sponsored by a major multinational here in Australia, but it's an American-based company. And we were doing a networking it was a networking event in Sydney, and I just found this out last week at our board meeting that this happened. And we were not allowed to promote that networking event as Women in Nuclear, because the company would not sponsor or allow us in their premises, because the American headquarters said that being women in nuclear was seen as a DEI. And we were like, you've got to be kidding. This is insane. We're not going to change the name of our organisation. But we've now had to shift, and we've got to now think about, well, if we're accepting sponsorship money as a not-for-profit to do these networking events, which are highly successful, they're fantastic. I know ASPI does like Women in Defence. If you're looking for money now, you have to now take this into consideration, which is just frightening. And so I think there isn't any better time now where women have to keep just standing up, just keep being there and finding workarounds. So now we're calling it professional development, and we're just calling it a general professional development networking. And we can't sort of say it's women because we're seen as a diversity, and it just, so that's my, I don't know when the question is the evolution of leadership, I feel like we're in a bit of a devolution at the moment, in sort of falling backwards. But so I think we just got to keep turning up and just sort of making workarounds, which we've been doing for years, right? So, but I thought we were on a good thing up until about a year ago, and now obviously we're not. So it's my workaround, but that's all I'll say for that.
Danielle, what do you see the role of women leaders?
Look, I agree with Kathy. I think she's right. I think if you, everyone in this room has, I'm no doubt, is involved, whether deeply or partially in the sort of gender diversity and inclusion space. It's always felt to me my entire career that it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And I've had to really, that's made me angry a lot of times, having breakthroughs in the next year being like, what do you mean we have another 2 men co-authoring the next intelligence review? This is crazy. But we have had a woman actually now for the first time ever with the last Intel review. Okay. But we've made, there have been a lot of gains, and you said, you've talked about some before, we've had breakthroughs where for the very first time in major posts we've had female ambassadors. Still not in London or the US or some other countries, but it's getting there. So it is, you do see this movement. On the whole, I do think our sector is still too male dominated in key and strategic areas. It's too white and it's too straight, but that is changing. But as Kathy said, I am worried it's now 1 step forward, 2 step back, or 2 step forward, 2 step back. I worry that what's happening in the US gives permission to those who would like to put the brakes on, or actually even just take it backwards. And I've heard whispers around Canberra, within and without of government, that, this is dead now. And when women who are mentors of mine or very close friends or contacts say it, it really worries me. And they're saying it a lot right now and have been this year, and you felt it last year. And so in my mind, this is where we all need to hold our leaders accountable, our bosses. This is where their leadership counts more than ever, because they need to come out and say, no, it's not dead. I'm a secretary, I'm a DG, I'm a DepSec, I'm a CEO, and it's not dead and it's important, and this is what we're still doing, and here is where we're doing really well, here is where we're not doing so well, but we need to all lean in and put more of an effort in. And so I think this is where actually we need to really hold those people accountable, because you can just feel the backsliding, and I worry if there's not major pushback, and some of that is very quiet within organisations, it will just go like this.
I agree. Jacinta and Justine, I'm now coming to you to talk a bit about your experiences leading through crisis and what lessons you learnt leading through crisis.
Just can I say they were amazing comments there and stories, and we are living through quite a challenging time. The issue of dealing with crisis is an extraordinary one, and I think it's where we talk about what does leadership really mean, what does leadership really look like, and in contemplating this extraordinary day and having the privilege to sit up here in a room full of leaders in an institution where they train leadership, I was reflecting upon this a lot. And one thing that I've seen is words matter, and leadership is an action. A leadership role might be a position, a senior leadership group as we have in the public service, or the head of an organisation, a head of a unit. It's very, very important to not mix up your title with what you're actually doing. And sometimes we do that. Sometimes we just assume that because someone's in a more senior position in a hierarchy that they're the ones who can make the change. Also that we think because we're in there and things are going swimmingly, we must be good leaders. My experience has been that the greatest leadership lessons I've learnt, and certainly the greatest impact I've had, has been when there's a problem, a crisis, and when there's disruption needed. And it doesn't always go neatly. We've had some extraordinary, very open stories of this. So the demonstration of how good your leadership is what you do when things aren't going your way. I'll give a quick example of one in terms of institutional change, which is I got a phone call on a Friday afternoon once saying, on Monday you're leading the task force on boat arrivals for a particular part of... Those who are a bit older might remember, so a few years ago we had a boat arrival crisis. And what I was told was things were too slow. I needed to go in there and speed things up. This was a crisis for my agency. We had reputational damage. I had a reputation of getting things done, so I would go there and get things done. What I discovered was that the change that was actually needed turned out not to be to speed things up, actually. And guess what? We couldn't speed things up because everyone was exhausted and everyone was doing the best that they could. So what we needed was actually a change in culture, as well as a change in how we were thinking about things and how we were doing things. And that's where I would like to think my leadership stood up. I would actually say that, thank goodness, my supervisor, deputy head of the organisation, stood up and was an extraordinary leader because he just said yes to the most outrageous things that I asked for. And the first one was, look, I know that Cabinet's meeting on this every day and that the first thing they put up is a spreadsheet of how quickly we're going. I want to stop everything for 2 weeks. And he had a minor palpitation, then said, okay, I'll listen to you because I have put you in there to run this. That's what the leadership role is. He had faith in me doing that. What I wanted was to stop all of the unskilled, exhausted people who've been thrown into the task force and were churning but not delivering results. Execution, as Justine has talked about. What I also wanted to do was make sure that we fixed up and looked after our very broken, very exhausted people. So the 2 weeks were sit back, reflect on what's been going on. I didn't know, I'd just arrived. They all knew exactly what was going on, bring ourselves together as a team and then do some skilling. And I took everyone off site to another facility that's purpose built for doing the kind of things we were doing, which was interviewing and role playing and writing analytic reports. And we did that. We skilled everyone from the APS 3, whose job was to run around doing up the data sheet and cleaning up things afterwards at the end of the day. She got trained and turned out that she was really, really good at this, so she changed career, but that's another story. So what we had to do was I suppose that in a crisis, it's having the courage to pause and not just run along with everyone else. I believe in my leadership style, and there's some jokes because I'm doing this a little bit in my current job, where my team keeps saying, please don't keep on saying everything's going to calm down and it's all going to be okay, because we really don't feel very calm at the moment. But as a leader, your job is actually to calm things down, to set the direction and order. But I'm not the smartest person in the room. I don't know the answer to everything, but I needed to dig into that, find out how we needed to calibrate, because piling on doing what we were doing and just saying yes so that I would get an award, a commendation, a promotion, a pat on the back, whatever, and then leave it in a terrible state for the next person wasn't good enough. I'll finish with a key learning for me in that, which is that we talk a lot about culture, and culture coming from within and what others do. My experience has been that culture is absolutely what people in significant leadership positions and very much in a hierarchy do. It's what they do every day. So as we talk about a focus on people and culture and change and a need to pivot, Defence is doing that with our National Defence Strategy and dealing with the terrible strategic situation we're in. However, I've never seen our department or others as busy as they are doing normal things, doing what we've always done, having lots and lots of committees and requiring everyone to keep doing exactly what you're doing before. But at the same time, can you pivot and realign? As whatever leadership role you are in, and you are all in leadership roles, it's pausing, stopping and saying, well, we can't actually do that and deliver the other thing that you want.
Justine, what about you? A moment of leading through crisis and the lessons that you learned.
I might do two, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So look, crisis relationships. You have to have the relationships to enable your leadership through crisis, and I think it's cultivating all the time those key relationships across government, in industry. You've got to keep them alive, because in a crisis that's what you need. The obvious one there, and I'll be really fast on this one because I want to get to an even stronger one in my career, but the COVID pandemic. I was quite a new Deputy Secretary. I was on the Chief Operating Officer Committee. People in the public service very familiar with that in terms of really changing everything about our workforce policies and practices. my strongest relationship was with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, because we were dealing with an overseas workforce, we were dealing with policies that needed to apply for the Australian Defence Force. So it was really having a couple of key relationships to ensure that from the whole of government public service perspective, we didn't end up with policies that didn't apply to the ADF. And Sarah Sharkey, the then Surgeon General, a great colleague of mine. So I just share that you have to have those relationships to enable your strongest leadership in a crisis. But the one that has taught me the most is the Royal Commission Defence and Veteran Suicide. This has been a 3-year journey. We in the department have supported that Royal Commission intensely, a lot of hard work. I do call it a crisis in terms of needing to address suicide and suicide prevention in the veteran and defence community. I was involved from the beginning in trying to help really provide what those Royal Commissioners needed across a very vast terms of reference. It covered culture, it covered leadership accountability, welfare, a very wide scope. Anyway, one of the two big learnings is always engaging and talking and sharing with your team over and over again the approach you're taking and why. Sometimes in a crisis we think that people understand why we're doing things. Often they don't, and it's explaining your strategy. I'm a bit of a traverser. It's really important I explain that traversing so people know I'm getting at something, but how I'm doing it. So team, communication, understanding. Then in terms of my own understanding of context, it was helped me enormously understand what accountability means. The Royal Commission looked hard at accountability and who is accountable in terms of roles for suicide prevention, for managing psychosocial risk, and it opened my eyes to the complexity of accountability, but also the importance of simplifying it. Shared accountability is a thing. People struggle with it. What I've learnt, it's okay as long as it's clear and what those shared accountabilities are. But they're probably my two really big ones.
Great, they're fantastic examples. So we're now going to talk about overcoming barriers and driving institutional change. So I'm going to come to you first, Danielle, and Jacinta afterwards to you as well. So what does effective institutional change look like, from shifting cultures to policies and leadership structures? What leadership is required to make these changes?
All your questions have been tough, by the way. Jacinta said before, I think culture is so vital, and I actually think it's really hard to get culture right, and cultural change, especially when you're swinging from one position to another, I think can take years, and you can put in place all these things that you think are going to push an organisation direction, but sometimes it could be anything. It could be people not feeling heard in one team, or people, going through a crisis in another, key personalities being sick. It can be lots of things that can just mean you don't quite get there. I think leaders leading by example is vital. There are a lot of people there are people who say they're doing something and they care about something, but then you sort of dig a little further and you're like, they're sort of saying this, but I actually can see that they're sitting on manors, or they're doing that thing they said we shouldn't be doing, or they're not taking the opportunity to grab some women with them or push something. So that leading by example piece, I think, is really, really important. You can have all the strategies in the world with all the best data, and they can say all the important things, but if the leadership, those top couple people at the top, aren't leading by example, I just don't think it means nearly as much. Bringing people along is really important. I've sort of learned in my career you can't bring everyone along, even if you try to. There's just always going to be people who will be anti-change or development, or will sort of, there'll be an inertia there. And sometimes you can use that inertia to drag them along, and sometimes you just can't, and you just have to move on anyway. I think I've spent a lot of time in my 20 plus years in this career really working on that sort of inertia group, and then just realising you just can't always get there. And that's quite interesting in itself. Communication, setting expectations is so important. I think if you don't really say, this thing is important and I will lead by example, and I expect all of you to do it, you don't always get it happening. And then I think the accountability piece, which you said, you can lead by example, you can bring people with you, you can communicate, set boundaries, all those types of things. But if people aren't held accountable for a lack of action or rewarded for really good leadership, I think things can fall over at the last minute. So I'm really big on accountability. Yes, XYZ person said they're going to do that thing. And when they said it, they were really charismatic and I believe them, but now I want to see the action piece. And if they don't do the action piece, then we need to make sure there's accountability and that they know that not doing that let the organisation down, let the culture down, and it's really, really important. So it's almost like this sort of messy cycle that has to all link together, and if it doesn't all link together, it still can work a lot of the time, but I've just found that that accountability piece ends up being really vital in my experience anyway.
Great answer. So Jacinta, you've already talked a little bit about culture in terms of that specific example, but what about culture more generally in organisations and institutions?
Great question. And reflecting on Danielle's comments as well, one thing that really strikes me, and actually Justine was talking about it with the Royal Commission recommendations. So within government in particular, we're used to having reviews with a swathe of recommendations and then setting up committees that tend to take up most of your time afterwards to demonstrate very closely that we're actually implementing those recommendations. But to Justine's point, it's actually about execution, not just the strategy and the reporting piece. They say with structures that form should follow function, and to Verity's question, I think function follows culture and culture follows function as well. So we actually need to understand how are things done in order, and how do we want things to be before we decide to do a leadership structure or say an area is going to move from one place to another. So of course that brings me to my current role, where we had an organisational review. There are many of these going on across Defence, particularly to make sure that the Defence Force, and I'm in the military side of Defence, public servant but in the military side, and I came into this role with the advice, well, you're one of the people who said we need a strategic direction, so we've moved your position here, set it up, here's the org structure. And there was literally nothing else below it. So that created quite a quandary for me because I didn't know the teams. It smashed some directorates together, moved somewhere from something else, split others apart, and we had a new title and really no new people, and now a very, very high expectation that we were going to be delivering on something that a number of very senior people had written in their accountabilities and their report, talking about what do we get reported for and what do people say. So a lot of pressures there. An interesting thing occurred for me. I just started saying, well, it was very clear it's really busy here. So with our team, we started talking about a 2-speed process. Let's keep doing the things that are there, the jobs that are coming in, but every time we see them, just stop, pause, sit down with the team and say, should we be doing this? Does this seem to fit with the new role? And so we've set up a few little mechanisms for doing that. And also I spoke very clearly to my boss to check that they were comfortable that this change could not happen despite the months of designing the structure, and it's very beautiful and it's very glossy. But we would need 6 months to be able to actually figure out what this meant and to move people there. So the cultural change piece is extraordinary. Danielle said a lot of people say that they want certain things a certain way, but don't necessarily do it. And I talked about the importance of demonstrated behaviour. A few weeks ago, 2 of my executive team leaders came to my office and they looked quite nervous and said, we want to have a talk to you. We've been talking to the others. We get where you're coming from, but there are a lot of issues. You said you have an open door. You said you want us to drive this change. And they actually said, everybody says that, but no one ever means it. these are really experienced senior people, and they said, we're just going to test, do you want to hear this? We'll need an hour to talk you through the problems here. And I'm getting goosebumps again because it was an extraordinary 2 hours that we ended up spending where they vented around all the frustrations and concerns, but then of course came up with a great plan of how we do these things. I've had to give up a lot of control. I added some ideas of some things that are useful, and I also had to have a really uncomfortable conversation with some senior leadership around nothing at all new happening for quite some time, because we now have a process of 2 full days out of the office for everybody. The first is a facilitated vent with some mental health support because there's a lot of damage in the area. I'll say that within confidence, but it's not unusual. Everyone's stretched. We've got lots of vacancies. It's normal. It's not unusual. We will be capturing things to be done during that day, but it's not the focus. The next day, which will be a couple of weeks afterwards, is when we're going to sit down and plan what we're doing. But in between, those teams will be coming up with their own plans. So I don't know if it quite gets to culture, but it does say that don't just say things are going to be done in a white paper or glossy, have them with wonderful Excel spreadsheets of saying how we're actually achieving it, and for goodness sake, never put a red traffic light on any reporting that's going up to government or to independent reviewers. That's kind of the cycle that we're all in, of saying that we're instituting change, but maybe pause, be open about it not being as neat as you might like, and truly bring people in and listen to them having ideas, timeframes, and needing a process that isn't the way you might necessarily like it. I can tell you that my life is actually a lot calmer now. Our team has really bonded. We're still going through change, and it's a bit difficult. It's a bit challenging, and it should be, because it's really important and we have to change a lot of things. But there's light at the end of the tunnel. And there's a team, to extend my metaphor, there's a team working together through this tunnel. I'm not the whiz kid. I'm not going to solve everything, and I'm not the one who's going to make this all great. That team is, and they are doing it. I think we could talk about culture all day, and I suspect we probably will.
I love that answer, because also it just shows you how it takes time, right? And being able to dedicate that time to big culture shifts is really important, but often so difficult, right, with the different pressures, but it's such a good example. I'm coming to you now, Kathy, because I want to talk about crucible moments. So can you share with us a crucible moment that you've had around breaking barriers and leading change in male-dominated fields? And how did you balance the need to challenge the status quo with the necessity to navigate established hierarchies and maintain operational cohesion?
That's such an easy question. God, that was easy to think about. Thanks, Verity. I don't know if I've had a crucible moment, because I just keep turning up, and I just keep kind of going, this is where I want to go, so I want to go work there, and that's what I'm going to do. And it might just be that I'm really stubborn, and a masochist as well. Like, properly, I've done some stuff in my life, and I think, God, why life could have been so much easier had you not made that choice. But one that I do know, and that's just because it made me laugh, and I wouldn't say that it was a crucible moment, but I certainly came out and I felt so proud of myself. And I love telling people this is what I did. I was in a tiger team, and it was in an area which I know very well. We're talking about deterrence. And I am an expert in that area, and I know I am. And I was like, okay, so I'm sitting in a room, and there's a lot of men, a lot of uniforms, and I've had a great time with the military. I have probably less time for some male APS, because I feel some of them are coming up that they're just people that I just taught, and you're like, you've got no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, that's just an aside. Sorry, lots of laughing there. But in this discussion, I was being essentially mansplained to about things that I had written in my doctorate. And just, I couldn't, out of nowhere, I was sort of giving this very simple explanation as to a definition. And I said, without even thinking, I said, please stop me if I'm chick-splaining this to you. And the brigadier in the room and the group captain sat there and just burst out laughing. But I didn't drop. I just kept speaking and I just kept going. Said, so let me know if you need further explanation for what I've just said. And I was so delighted with myself for saying that, because I clearly pointed out to everyone in the room that I had just been mansplained to about something I knew what I was talking about. And it wasn't planned. I've never heard the word chick-splaining anymore, before or since, but I'm certainly using it a lot. But I just was like, yeah, you know what? I might be, but I need you to know that you can't just sit there and explain to me something that you clearly know. This was followed 2 days later by someone who wasn't in the room but said, I offered some help on doing something. He said, no, it's okay. I've been listening to some podcasts, so I should be okay about it. And I went, oh. As it turned out, a colonel friend of mine bought me a mug that said, I know everything because I've read it on the internet. And I just sort of thought, right, I've won. That's my crucible moment, because I realised that I actually just out of nowhere stood up for myself. How do I balance the need to challenge the status quo? Well, I'm becoming the status quo. We're becoming the status quo. We are the status quo. Women just turning up will be the norm. If, as Justine said, if Defence SES is now 51%, it's the norm. I'm not challenging the status quo because we are it. I'm now in private industry, and it's quite different in that, but I'm here and I stand up, and the entire team of the Asia Group, which is a Washington-based company, but the entire team here is all women that has been set up in Australia. I sat in a dinner in a completely different industry sector, and I couldn't believe that I sat down and half the dinner were female CEOs, and there was 13 of us in the room, which is something that I haven't been in a room like that in defence. And I certainly wasn't in rooms like that at university when I taught international relations and security. So I think the status quo now is just us. Keep turning up. Just be there. And if you can't, just force the door down.
Yeah, love it. Justine, what's your crucible moment?
That's great. Look, the first one is about an observed one, but it is a very big one for me. So a number of years ago, a new associate secretary, so in my world, the chief finance officer, the people officer, myself, and so forth, worked through the associate secretary in defence, for those that don't know that. We had a new associate secretary, and she, on day one, was having to chair one of our very big decision-making committees. Anyway, the person who was sort of assisting her that day said, look, I can chair for you while you start understanding the organisation. And of course, can you imagine day one in defence and the ADF? It is incomprehensible. You can't understand a word anyone says. It is all acronyms. Even to this day, 30 years later, I still don't understand some of the Chief of Service Committee. Anyway, she said, no, I'm going to chair this committee. And it was the crucible moment for me. I've taken that away because I, to this day, always think of that moment and think, no, I can do this. There are people in the room that are part of the meeting or whatever it is that I will elicit the ideas from, even if in a foreign language. That, yes, that's my crucible moment. So I've held that dearly. In terms of the second part of the question, I won't read it again, it's a long question. In 2023, the Defence Strategic Review, most of you here will be very familiar with it, we established what we call a defence people system. One of those recommendations was to set up the Chief of Personnel in the ADF, who is, of course, General Fox, And part of that was bringing together the 3 career management agencies from Army, Navy, Air Force. This is big institutional change. This is very significant change. Look, to implement that and make some of the other changes needed to support National Defence Strategy, jump forward a little period of time. So General Fox and I lead the people system. General Fox has responsibilities for the ADF people system. I have an enterprise role in terms of our strategies. Sidebar, what this has enabled for this role actually is to lift up and out. Very good outcome. And General Fox is leading some very big reform. Why I tell this whole story is the Chief of Personnel and I talk every day, but what we have done is use traditional mechanisms to enable that reform. We have used the existing framework in terms of how do we put in place directions across the organisation. We call them joint directives from the Secretary and the CDF. Use those traditional tools to enable very significant institutional change. And I share that because we've come at it with a particular lens. She reports to the CDF, I report to the Secretary. We are a diarchy, which is very, new concept. Some of the Five Eyes are interested in how that's come together, but I share it because in challenging the status quo, you can actually use existing tools and mechanisms, but it's what you are applying to them. So I hope that's helpful.
That's wonderful. Now, I've just suddenly realised I've been listening so intently and enjoying myself so much. We've almost run out of time to have questions from the audience. So I'm going to shift and ask for questions from the audience. I've got plenty more questions, but I do want to give everyone in the room a chance. Does anyone... Oh, up the back there.
First of all, on behalf of everyone here, thank you very much for the fascinating talks. My name's Murray. I am responsible for delivering training and education courses for people in decision-making courses, particularly complex wicked systems, and very conscious that the course itself has evolved and is like any other course, but there is a need to look at how and why we can increase gender diversity and ultimately 1325. Although I have to say 1325 to me is quite mechanicalistic and it's a tick box. I want to go beyond that. I want to go into how and why we can ensure that there is diversity of decision making. And not just for me, but I guess there's a lot of people in the room that might be interested. Thanks.
Who'd like to have a go at it?
I'd love to. So I will, and I know Murray, so congratulations on the course that you're teaching and your great question. I'll just use an example from my experience, but it's a really nice one about equity and that beautiful phrase, you can't be what you can't see. And I never really understood that until I was in a situation where it was me and it was having an impact. So I'm a reserve officer in the Air Force, and I was given a wonderful opportunity about 5 years ago to be the contingent commander for an Australian group going over on an exercise. It's a wonderful opportunity because I put my hand up generally to say I'd be interested in doing an exercise. And the previous Chief of Joint Operations, General Bilton, who's just finished up, and his team said, we're actually going to try to pick a diverse group of people for these opportunities. And I was one of those. He chose, and this is equity, he chose to not have a permanent person for the first time ever on this particular exercise. It was the first time there was an Air Force person, and for those who are military, you know that we're seen to be sort of just left of public servants in terms of our military prowess. And I was an intelligence officer, so not an arms corps person or a ship driver in the Army and Navy versions. So a whole bunch of first, and female, the first time there was a female contingent commander. The clinger was, this was the biggest exercise, multinational exercise in the Middle East, and it was in Jordan. The guys who were planning this, from the Australian side, shared with me just before I left an email chain, and they said, just for you to see, but also for you to know exactly what we think and what the commander does. And it was quite a long chain of various various people, to some of Kathy's points, questioning whether it was appropriate to have a woman go at all, going into the Middle East and working with Arab countries. It was a Jordanian-led exercise, a whole bunch of countries from that region, and also that it was definitely inappropriate that I would be leading it. I could not be a contingent commander. So we're all kind of used to that sort of thing. What was extraordinary is seeing on a chain that no one knew I would ever see, of people saying, you're joking, she's competent, she's got all of these things. The chief has chosen her for these reasons, and importantly, this is the type of country we are. We are not going to pretend that we are not this country, that we don't demonstrate and celebrate diversity. We're not going to shy away from it when exactly what we try to do when we go on these types of activity. So quickly, part 2. So I'm over in Jordan for a few weeks, and what I discovered was I was the only female. There were a few Americans in a couple of areas, but the only one that was in a senior position in any of the command environment. There was only one female from an Arab country, and she was sitting in the personnel area, which is traditionally where we've allowed women to be, but also not listened to, I might say, in her case. What was fascinating for me was I suddenly became the thing that they could all see. So the next thing is I've got the Saudis asking me, how could they possibly have women pilots? I've got the Omanis asking, how could we talk about how we've brought women into combat roles? And then I was invited to an extraordinary array of meetings. And I can tell you, I was the only wing commander or 05 level who was meeting with the Jordanian 3-star and the American 3-star who were there on a regular basis on gender issues. I had to quickly dive in to try and get some advice, because it's not actually my area of expertise. My expertise is defence and security and intelligence. But I had some great things to bring back and then engage with our defence attaché. So how do you do it? Just say that you want to do it. Acknowledge that your general candidates, this is equity, they mightn't have been to the right schools, they mightn't look like the normal colour, they mightn't be the right height, which is over 6 foot for those who've done your unconscious bias training, they mightn't have the right uniform on, but if you actually want diversity, do it, and just have the courage of following through, and you never know the ripple effect you might have.
Does anyone else want to speak to that?
Jacinta's covered a lot on the how. I think you have to think about what's stopping it or preventing it. What are the preventative or barriers, and then what are the things you do to foster? So just on the preventative or the things stopping, one thing that I think we've started to do better in recent times is respectful contesting. It's actually an art or a skill, so enabling leaders to respectively contest and develop teams so that there's respectful contesting. So I do see that as one change. And then enabling teams, I think, to see the benefits. And, this is something many of us have been working on for many years. How do you show the benefits, quantify them? It's hard. So I just ask you all, as you're seeing the benefits of diversity in decision making, tell us about them, because the more we evidence, the more we learn, and the more we can prosecute it.
Great.
Hi. Firstly, I'm tired. I'm a full-time working mum of 2 young kids. That is a separate issue as to my fatigue, but I'm tired of always being the one to try and step through the door, try and get through the door, always feeling as though I'm 2 steps behind, not when it's just 1 step forward and 2 steps back, but even just being 2 steps behind for the 2 steps. I'm tired. I'm trying. I don't see very many people of what I want to be. I'm all for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've had my entire career develop my, thinking. I'm here because I'm a token expression of what the political correctness or sensitivity is supposed to achieve at the time. You know, I didn't pursue for the academic studies because I couldn't afford not to work. My parents flat out said, no, you are not joining the armed services because of the culture and the history against female serving members in any of the services at that time. And while I was a teenager, I was reading about the Royal Commission into the treatment of female sailors in the Navy. And that was just one of many reviews that have come since. I'm tired. I don't know what else to do. And to be respectfully contest other people's biases, conscious or otherwise. Trying to, Danielle, just something that you said before at the very start, should is a heavy set of expectations of where we wish ourselves and other people to be, to the best version, the best standard of leaders or anyone in that particular role. And I'm tired of that burden. It's not my responsibility. Question is, and I'm impatient for change because I've been struggling with this for like 20 odd years. I'm just tired.
Would anyone like to speak to that? Justine?
Yeah, look, thank you very much. Courageous comments or helpful to us all, I think. The reflections today, I suppose, in an hour, it's hard to share, the depth in terms of responding well to that question. But I thank you for the question, and I think that we need to have more conversations about the micro experiences of people. I'm often talking at a large level, at an enterprise or so I think people's individual experiences and the different subcultures that exist, I think that's what we've got to learn more about, and the lived experience is something that we are taking on board through the culture work that I'm doing. So I'm going to take that away today.
I'd just like to add a comment, and again to just applaud you. I think everyone in the room shares at least some of what you were brave enough to say, and it was very open of you, so thank you. Probably the first thing is that what we do see from the enterprise issues, the many sometimes harrowing reports that we see, is that your experience and the types of experiences that others have had are being heard. Whether we have a clear and appropriate solution or response yet remains to be seen. At a risk of sort of offering a few experiences from my life, none of us would tell you what to do, but we can say what's happened in experiences of our own. I think everyone, male, female, whatever, has had ups and downs and has challenges, and that's not to trivialise what you've talked about. But I would say just be kind to yourself in that, and understand that where you are now or where you have been at different times won't always be that way. There are better people around, there are better work areas, there is more support, and I think you're at right today. Just contact as many of the people in this room as you can, because everyone here is a champion and supporter of exactly what you're talking about, I would expect, just by dint of being here. There are, while they're under threat, there are networking groups. Go to those and talk to people who understand you and see if there's different ways of getting what you would like at this stage in your life or at other stages. But you really did speak to all of us in that. And things are hard. When I was starting off, and I was the only woman, like many of us. I was always the only woman in the room because I was a security and defence person. And then I was also young and a public servant. Now I'm old, so that's a bad thing again, so that you can't win. There's kind of this point, isn't there, Verity, right? Yeah, whatever. So they're all marks against you. Men have these as well. People of different identity have these things as well. We all face them in different ways. The best thing is to get to a more supportive environment. I was asked who my greatest female role model was once in a wonderful experience I had in the workplace, and it was actually a man, because in the environment I was working in at the time, there were very few women who looked out for and supported other women. But the reason I got on okay and have had a wonderful career is because when I was the only woman in the room, 99% of those men listened to me when I was worth listening to, and didn't see that my gender was an issue. It was that little one noisy % of the insecure person who thought that I was a threat and who was probably doing it to everyone else who was an issue. It's my pop psychology over.
I'll just be super quick. Thank you I've lost sight of you, but thank you. There you are. Thank you so much for saying that. I have a lot of women in my team, queer women, who always say, why is it us bringing up the gender issues every time? Why are we the ones saying, oh, hang on, so-and-so hasn't followed the strategy? Or why don't we have enough public articles by a diverse audience? Raji and I were having some frank discussions in the cab about where we're doing well as an organisation and where we're doing less well. And I can see, you can see the points, and some of the things we're not doing well at, we haven't done well for like 10 years, and it's just the incremental change can just be so frustrating. But then we were saying in the cab, I want to say 30% of ASPI were born overseas, mostly in Asia. That's quite incredible, and departments and agencies certainly don't look like that. And there's lots of reasons for that, security clearances and elsewhere, but there's all these sort of shining lights. But I'm also tired. I've got young kids, and out of all my career, this is the most frustrating issue. But don't give up, because now is the time, I think, that if so many people start being like, it's always me bringing this up. With what's going on in the US, sadly, we need people like you more than ever, even though you are so tired, because I'm so worried about what's happening in the US, especially on things like LGBTQ issues. So there's already countries, I have a wife, there's already countries we wouldn't travel with our daughters. And I think with what's happening in the US, is that group of countries going to get larger? How is this going to play out for the trans community? It's looking, I think, really complicated and potentially really bad. And so this is the time, as tired as you are, not to give up, to turn to others and find others, because we need people like you more than ever right now. And I know that doesn't give any strong answers, but it's a plea to not give up, I suppose.
Thank you for that, Danielle. And we've run over time. I'm so okay. Sorry. Perhaps you can ask your question.
Absolutely, I can do that.
We're about to have coffee, so if you do have some burning questions, I'm sure our panellists won't mind. Thank you so much, everyone. I think everyone will agree that was an extremely rich, interesting and informative conversation. Thank you so much to all our panellists. And I let it run. You were all sorry.
Fixed it. Okay, so let's go back to here.
certain angle, and because I've got, it won't go in, so I'm just looking for a perfectly normal one on the ground. Well, I just have old school USB. But yeah, there's a new IT man coming to college. It's just not the same. Western Creek, right? He used to come out to us. Oh, yeah, hi. Yeah. Yeah, you've got a name person. Yeah, he's not the same. see the words fall out of my mouth. Yeah, it is. Right. Yeah, I mean, I feel very fortunate that that's happening to start executing. I don't have the other. Yeah, no, but yeah, no, no worries, thanks.
Just checking which one.
Yes, it is. So my husband Rajesh in town, so we actually so actually we caught up for during the evening, one evening, yeah, she was starting. Yeah, yeah. What was that? Yeah. You come off with your camera? Absolutely. Then, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we've got one more minute before we start.
Okay.
Or less if we don't need a full minute. Yeah, that's it. We know where we are now. Okay, well, we may as well get started. So, welcome to this morning's panel 2, which is on geopolitics, grand strategy, and gender perspectives in the Indo-Pacific, which is, a small topic to try and cover in an hour. So, we should get started. So, I'm Sally Burt. I am a lecturer in cybersecurity here at UNSW Canberra. I'm in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. And let me begin by making some opening remarks and a little bit of scene setting before I introduce our panellists and we get to some hopefully very interesting questions. So just thinking back to the idea of the Indo-Pacific, which came about as a concept and was popularised in the early 2000s, around the idea of the two oceans, the Indian and the Pacific, forming that one area,
and the concept being based much more to reflect a geopolitical reality than just a simple geographical one. So that idea of the Indo-Pacific was framed, and then it deepened in the lexicon with the US pivot or rebalance, if we want to talk about lexicon issues, in the early 2010s under Obama, President Obama, and Secretary of State Clinton, and so it became much more ingrained as a concept at that point. Now that brought the region into quite a sharp focus, both militarily, economically, and in other ways. But it lost some focus under the first Trump administration, where there was a much more transactional approach to alliances in the region. It was regained in focus under the Biden administration, and we are now deeply into an area of instability and uncertainty under the second Trump administration, which we're going to talk a little bit about during this panel. So that shifting grand strategy and the approaches to the shift in global power order by states in the region and by states beyond the Indo-Pacific looking into the region and finding new roles and thinking through power structures within that region of different countries will be a focus. And it's a region, obviously, that's defined by the great power and strategic competition that's playing out between the US and China, and they're vying for dominance. And that competition is playing out in a variety of ways, from emerging technology to humanitarian operations, to protecting sea lines of communication, trade, transport and resources that come from the oceans, through minilaterals and regional groupings, through capacity building and different power structures and relativities in the region, through legal frameworks, through territorial disputes, and so there is no shortage of ground or ocean to cover through today's discussion. And thankfully, clearly not by design, these areas are all covered by the expertise of our panel today, so no doubt we'll have an interesting discussion that follows. So let me introduce the panel so that we can get started. I'm not going to do a long introduction. You have the bios in the pack that you were given, but I do encourage you to read those bios at some stage and make sure that you get in contact with the panellists when they share your interests. And you can also have a chat over lunch. But let me introduce them. It is Dr. Miranda Booth, is from UNSW, my colleague at UNSW Canberra in the School of Humanities and Social Science. We have Dr. Raji Rajagopalan from ASPI. Welcome. And Dr. Professor Beck Strating from La Trobe University in Melbourne. So an esteemed panel. But let me start with you, Beck. Can I ask you a question around how are Asian countries, especially partners and allies, thinking about and or responding to the new Trump administration?
Yeah, thank you so much. So at La Trobe University, I run a little area called La Trobe Asia, and it's really wonderful to be here in Canberra to talk to you. But let me tell you, it's very hard being an Asia watcher at the moment because there is so much going on. And so responding to this big question, we really need to be thinking about Trump in Asia. But of course, Asia itself is such a diverse region and there is so much going on and so much to think about. And in fact, somebody said to me earlier today that it is a perfect economic and security storm that is brewing in our region. And so I would just like to acknowledge in the last panel the person who stood up and said that she was very tired. Well, I'm very tired too. And partly that is because for all the reasons you're talking about, the burden of having to represent and to be the people who comes and participates in panels and things like that. But also because the world is exhausting. Like every day there is something new that comes out of the White House that we have to grapple with. So partly in my response, I want us to sort of think about the immediate things that are happening and then the longer term challenges. So of course we know that there are a number of Asian countries that were hit particularly hard by tariffs that were recently announced. Vietnam and Cambodia, for example, nearly 50% tariff impost. And there's sort of a wide range of ways in which countries in our Asia have and will be affected by this approach to trade. And so one of the things I think that states are thinking about is are they going to be able to strike a deal? So we see Vietnam, for example, is like, all right, we're going to have to get in the negotiating table and see what we can do. I think, there's been a conversation in Australia during the election campaign about whether or not one politician might have done a better job at being able to negotiate a deal than another. I mean, my sense is that, this is something that Trump is doing for leverage, but that it's actually really difficult for countries to be able to negotiate bilaterally with this White House. And we saw this with Taiwan. Taiwan, it received quite a significant tariff as well. But, the TSMC, so the semiconductor manufacturing company, had already gone to DC, and it said, we're going to give you $100 million to invest in your semiconductor industry, and was surprised then that didn't work, that kind of approach to striking deals with Trump did not work. So Trump, I think, is using, the White House is using tariffs as leverage, but this is a form of economic coercion. I think we need to understand that this is the sort of things that we would be, accusing China of doing, and indeed China did do this to Australia in 2020. So this is upending the global economic order. We don't yet know how it's doing that, but it is going to do that. We don't know whether the new order is going to have a mix of protectionism and free trade. We don't know what kind of order that is going to be, but we know that there are these immediate challenges that states in the region are grappling with, while at the same time needing to think about what order might emerge from all of this. And that's really difficult. And we know in Southeast Asia at the moment, there are ASEAN countries who are getting together to try and think about whether they can collectively deal with the tariff issue or whether they can coordinate their approaches. But there are these much broader issues about what kind of order will emerge. And you mentioned the Indo-Pacific, and Raji and I just had a bit of a joke about that before, because Raji has to go to a talk tomorrow about India's Indo-Pacific strategy, and just like, do we have Indo-Pacific strategies anymore? Are they fit for purpose? Like, how are we going to imagine our place in the world? What is coming? And the other sort of complicated thing here is that we know that Trump is transactional. We know that he's about optics. But we actually don't know a huge amount about the Asia approach more broadly, beyond tariffs. So there's a sense in which some will say, well, the White House is trying to deal with Ukraine first, so it can then compete with China. But I'm like, that might be the case, but I could just as easily imagine Xi and Trump having a birthday summit in June, they're both Geminis, and striking a deal about something as well. And I'm not saying that that's likely. What I'm saying is that there are things that are now on the table that we wouldn't have thought were necessarily on the table anymore. And so, I was in Taiwan for a week. I think they're quite concerned about the prospect that something might happen. So allies and partners are also, there's an issue, there's always been an issue around credibility with the United States. Is the United States going to remain a credible and reliable partner in this region? I would have to say that we at least need to start thinking about the possibility that our current strategic thinking and settings may not be fit for purpose. But the other is that we're talking about strategic competition, but the way that I think about strategic competition anyway is that it's military, it's economic, it's information, it's in the realm of influence. But the White House withdrawing from things like USAID, withdrawing from Voice of America, Radio Free Asia, Danielle mentioned, disinformation is important to be countering. These are the sorts of mechanisms that the United States used in order to be able to compete for influence in the region. I think we need to be talking about what we even mean by strategic competition anymore in that context.
And in influence is an interesting place to go when you start thinking about Trump and where that might lead. Thank you for that. Can we, turn to Raji now, and I'm going to ask you, Raji, can alliances without the US actually work anywhere? So if the US were to disengage from alliances altogether, can we have alliances without them in Europe as well as the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, Samla, thanks again, and thanks to the organisers for having me here. It's a great conversation, and we had a fantastic panel. On talking about alliances, and I agree with the fact that Europe is a very capable force. At least it has the material capacity. But Europe is also disunited. It's not a united front in a sense. So capacity really does not automatically mean you have an effective strategy to deal with, because Russia is only 1/10 of the European size. At the same time, Russia has been able to do what it has done, breaking every single international piece of law, including the UN Charter that has been broken with no impunity, with no liability in a sense. So capacity is one thing, because even the small European states like Poland has a 1 trillion economy. So economy can take you that far, but it cannot really. So when it comes to Indo-Pacific, it is even more complicated because you have a much more capable China. Even if you put all the major powers together, Chinese economy is far greater, far bigger, which also translates to their other powers. They have been able to buy and make up their military power today because of the large economic kitty in a sense. So their economic power, political power, they have been able to give out foreign aid in other parts of the world, across the world, because of that large economic kitty. So the economic power, which is the underlying force, is quite large already for China. And even if all the other powers came together, whether it is going to be sufficient, I think that's going to be, so material capacity is one. Second is the problem of coordination. Even when all of the major powers have their focus on China, is that particular focus on China sharp enough? India, for instance, may not want to get into the Pacific, where China is getting pretty active. Similarly, Japan may not want to get into the Himalayan conflict and Himalayan areas, Sino-Indian border and other parts of the. Similarly, when you're talking about the Indian Ocean, again, which of those powers are going to be influenced, getting their hands dirty in a sense? How much would you want to get involved? So at a political level, at a strategic level, all of us are on the same page, all the major powers. Even if you talk about the Quad, for instance, minus the US, Quad minus US plus South Korea, and even if you want to bring in some of the European powers who are actually invested Indo-Pacific powers like France, for instance, even if you get them, do we all have a similar strategy, a shared understanding of the Indo-Pacific region, a shared understanding of how we deal with these threats? And I think this is something that I've written about, saying that we need to, because of this lack of kind of clarity in terms of who will deal with what, and the maritime space within the Indo-Pacific is fairly large, and therefore you might actually need to get into a point where there is some coordination, there is some form of burden sharing in a sense. Workload has to be divided, because otherwise every party is not going to be able to be effectively involved in every theater, maritime theater as well, even if you purely look at it from a maritime security point of view. So in a sense, but that I wrote about and talked about in the past when I was looking at a Quad, how effective it can be. But here we are now, the need to think about more unilateral partnerships. I think that's the way to go about. The US in the past have argued so much that US is an important puzzle. Without the US, the alliance structure is not going to be strong enough to deal with the China problem. Because China is far too powerful. But at the same time, today we are confronted with a new reality. I can hope that this is a 4-year time period that we need to live through somehow, without hoping that there won't be a conflict. But hope is not really a strategy, and hope is not really the way to go about. So my intermediate step and answer, therefore, would be to go for a series of unilateral partnerships. In fact, UN Office of Disarmament Affairs came out in a very different context, but talked about networked unilateralism. So you have a series of unilateral partnerships, a web of partnerships that can actually start cementing in terms of a broader strategic agenda. Even if you can get a series of web partnerships to come together to understand what is the core agenda that we are trying to deal with. Can we kind of agree upon the China piece of the China piece of the challenge that we need to deal with. Some sort of coordination, some sort of burden sharing that needs to happen. So the US is maybe there, may not be there. I'm not very clear, because in the initial stages when I looked at it, okay, the Trump administration initially had the first Quad foreign ministers meeting, so that was a clear indication that the Quad is here to stay. And the Quad is here to also, I have some confidence about the Quad because Quad is not a freeloader. Like, unlike the Europeans that the Trump administration has been sort of targeting for a very long time, even during the first administration. But Quad here is somebody who is actually pulling up the weight. They are putting their own kind of resources out there, building up the military capability, building up better coordination. Even if it's baby steps, they are taking those baby steps. So in a sense, Quad countries, the countries in the region are already doing their bit of what they want to do. So Quad may stay, may not stay, but my answer is build a series of partnerships that may actually feed into building that larger agenda, a purposeful agenda, which is China-related issue in a sense for the Indo-Pacific strategy to be manifesting more effectively.
Yeah. And so by Trump-proofing the kind of region, in the sense, through the first Trump administration, there was a lot of talk about, is this a glitch? And just, and then we got Biden and we sort of thought, oh yeah, okay.
Exactly. Yeah, even because
this is not a glitch.
Yeah, because this is not the first time that I'm having doubts about the U.S. credibility to come up as a effective security guarantor, even during the Obama administration, for a different reason. Obama was more about, so willingness, capability being there, and willingness, there were questions about even during the Obama administration, and I thought that was going to be a passing phase that would just end with the Obama administration. But Trump comes up with a very different sort of a logic for why he's behaving the way he's doing, indiscriminately, whether it is partners. I think only when you look at the countries that have been on the tariff list of countries, one country that is particularly not there, strikingly not there, is Russia, of course. So it's very, very interesting how we're kind of going about.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Miranda, your turn. Let me ask you, how can Australia and its partners promote cooperation and manage strategic competition in the region? So what can Australia do about managing that strategic competition?
Yeah, thank you so much, Sally, for the question. And I'd like to answer this by first setting out the strategic competition that we can observe, then making a case for cooperation amidst competition, and then finally speaking about how that might be achieved. So beginning with our strategic competition, about 12 months ago now, Penny Wong was in an interview with ABC Radio, and she said that Australia was now in a state of permanent contest. And when Wong made these comments, she was referring specifically to the geopolitical competition that we see playing out in the Pacific. But we know that similar examples of contestation and complexity can be found across the Indo-Pacific region now. And one area where we see this strategic competition playing out increasingly is actually in the domain of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. I'm going to refer to this as HADR moving forward because it's a bit quicker. I think it is important to note that strategic competition in HADR is not something new. So we can think all of the way back to 1948 for one of the largest examples of strategic competition. And at this time, the Soviet army was occupying East Germany, and it cut the road, rail, and canal lines into Allied control Berlin. Now, this sparked one of the largest humanitarian aid missions in history. Allied and partner air forces flew more than 250 million flights into Berlin, which was the equivalent of one flight landing every 30 seconds for 11 months. So strategic competition in HADR is not new, but it is increasing, and a recent example that we can think about is the multinational military response to the Nepal earthquake in 2015. Now, at this time, the government of Nepal, as part of the relief operation, made separate sectors, and it assigned these sectors to different countries that were assisting, including China, India, and the United States, and they were tasked with coordinating the response within these sectors. So coordination is a really key word here, because what we saw happen initially is that PLA forces only coordinated bilaterally with the Nepalese army, and it did not allow any foreign military responders access to its areas of operation, which went against international best practice in military coordination in humanitarian response at the time. There are other instances of countries choosing not to participate in multinational exercises that include a HADR component when they would have previously participated, and other instances of those exercises now being suspended that illustrate the ways that we see strategic competition playing out not only in response but also shaping the nature of preparedness activities that occur in advance of these operations. But it does matter for Australia and its partners to do what it can to promote cooperation and manage this strategic competition in HADR. And one of the main reasons for that is the practical humanitarian aspect. So strategic competition can complicate the effective delivery of humanitarian relief. And we saw this in 2020 when an Australian relief flight to Vanuatu after Cyclone Harold was unable to land and deliver its humanitarian assistance because an aircraft from China remained on the airport's tarmac. I also think that viewing the Pacific through a lens of strategic competition can limit how effectively partners to Pacific Island countries actually meet the needs and preferences and interests of Pacific Island countries. So about 2 years ago now, in 2023, the Pacific Islands Forum Security Outlook report stated, I'm going to quote from the report here, while geopolitical competition could draw much needed attention and resources to the Pacific, it could also distract the region and its partners from efforts to address its existing security priorities, which are addressing climate security, supporting human security, and disrupting criminal activity. So turning back to Wong's more specific example of contest in the Pacific, and based on this case I've made for promoting cooperation in HADR, I do think there's opportunity for Australia as one of the key and trusted partners in this region to play a leadership role in promoting cooperation among partners and doing what it can to manage this strategic competition. And one of the main ways I think that Australia can do this is through Pacific-led initiatives. So my colleagues and I recently explored 2 of the initiatives where Australia could promote cooperation and manage complexity and context in HADR. And first is through increasing the diversity of humanitarian, military, civilian, and police actors in HADR simulations and exercises, and in the development of HADR concepts. And we've recently seen Australia take this direction through the collaborative testing of the draft Regional Military Interoperability Guide. Got through that. Through exercise Long Reach and the tabletop exercise, and through the diverse participation for military exercises in Fiji and the Solomon Islands. A second proposal that we had is, and this is the final proposal I have, before the high-risk weather season, to consider information sharing, specifically about anticipated hazards that may occur, anticipated requests for external assistance, and in turn, the available foreign military assets that could be made available to match those requests for assistance in advance. So, as circumstances allow, promoting this kind of information sharing between partners could foster a shared understanding, promote predictability and efficiency in humanitarian response. It can help support the agency of affected countries by enabling countries to understand in advance what capabilities could possibly be made available in response to their requests. And I believe this will also support the absorptive capacities of these countries too. So that's my case for cooperation amidst competition. Thanks, Sally.
Nice. I think cooperation and coordination is becoming a theme, which is good. I'm going to stick with you, Marina, and ask you what role will diplomatic tools and statecraft play? So how does that fit in with what we've just talked about?
Yeah, perfect, Sally. Thank you. So I'm going to answer this question in 2 parts. I do think that diplomatic tools of statecraft will remain important. In the Indo-Pacific region, we know that partners assign great value to multilateral arrangements. If we think of the Pacific, for example, we can think of the Pacific Island Forum Body Declaration Action Plan, which advocates for partners to respond to regional security challenges through the existing security architecture. Diplomatic tools can be seen in the role of countries' presence in the region. So an example of that is Australia opening a diplomatic mission in every Pacific Islands Forum country. We've heard from Raji about the importance of the Quad partnership, but I also think that something that reflects the value that partners attach to the Quad partnership is the Pacific Quad as well. So we see these new initiatives branching off these traditional partnerships. We also know, as another example of diplomatic tools, that partners are seeking to pursue more independent region-wide arrangements, and an example of this would be China's efforts to establish a regional economic and security pact in April 2022. So that's the first part of my question. But the second point that I would like to make there is that diplomatic tools of statecraft don't operate in isolation. So something that we're seeing alongside these diplomatic initiatives are soft power tools of statecraft that are being used by countries in order to either influence the environment in which these diplomatic initiatives are being implemented within, or to shape how audiences perceive the role of these countries or their diplomatic initiatives within this environment as well. So strategic narratives in the Indo-Pacific are becoming increasingly important soft power tools of statecraft that countries are using to shape and influence the environment or perceptions of their diplomatic initiatives. In simple words, these are stories that are constructed deliberately to achieve a political objective. There are multiple strategic narratives circulating in the region at the moment. We can think of Australia's strategic narrative of the Pacific family that we've heard increasingly in recent years that seeks to strengthen relations with Pacific Island countries based on common historical experiences and a shared identity. We have China's strategic narrative of South-South cooperation, which similarly seems to strengthen relations based on this concept of shared experience. We see other countries crafting strategic narratives to secure buy-in for their preferred vision of the regional order. An example of this is India's strategic narrative that frames ASEAN as a pillar of stability amid competition in the region. But states are also competing to have their strategic narrative adopted and to secure buy-in. And an example of this is US and China's strategic narratives about the COVID-19 pandemic. So just to wrap up my response to the question here, we know that partners are pursuing both individual and collective diplomatic initiatives in the region. And we also know that concurrently, states are crafting strategic narratives to shape their environments and to secure buy-in and support for their diplomatic initiatives. I think the challenge for allies and partners in the region is to listen carefully to each other's strategic narratives and to ensure that there is as much as possible alignment between the strategic narratives that they are projecting. Without this narrative alignment, I do think there's potential for allies and partners to unintentionally undermine each other through the messages that they're projecting. When that happens, if and when, there's greater uncertainty, and when there's more uncertainty or contest around meanings, there's also more opportunities for opposing counter-narratives to emerge to set the dominant interpretation. So I think this is something to watch in the future. I'll wrap it up there. Thanks, Sally.
Thank you. No, thank you, Brad. Okay, Raji. I want to ask you, can Indo-Pacific countries cooperate to build military capabilities, or do they have sufficient capabilities to make cooperation possible? Because we've talked a bit about the cooperation and the coordination. And what can each country bring to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. Just start off with a one footnote, like kind of thing. When you talk about clashing strategies, competing strategies, you have the case of China and India competing as the voice of the global south, the leader providing a perspective and getting their voice out for the developing world, the global south, and so on and so forth. So I think increasingly the geopolitical competition is what is kind of pushing India to kind of so do its best, try and learn from the best in terms of learning from the best in how China is doing it, and then competing whether it is providing itself as a global south voice or playing the kind of games that China plays in Indian Ocean countries, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and a whole range of things. So it's very interesting as to how this clashing and narratives are kind of coming about as a major thing and aspect in a sense. On the Indo-Pacific countries and how they can kind of come together to build military capabilities, I think all of the major powers, major Indo-Pacific powers have a lot of capability requirements at this point of time, either because of the the cycle of modernization has gone through a series and it's back to the time when you read when your fighter jets, for instance, need to be updated, you need more advanced fighter jets. So that is number one, 5th generation, 6th generation fighter jets. And there are a number of countries in the Indo-Pacific region who have limited capabilities in this regard, whether it is South Korea, India on the lower end of the some of the spectrum, Japan has some capabilities. But again, Australia possibly would need newer fighter jets, even though you have the F-35. The question is also whether you can continue to rely on the US and so on and so forth. So it has brought in a certain uncertainty in that respect. I'm not saying the US is going to pull out or but are there going to be conditionalities, and therefore they might be looking at other options, exploring a longer term options and so on and so forth. And of course, we have seen the developments with the China's 6th generation fighter jets and so on and so forth. The display has been on for the past few months. So all of this brings in the strategic imperatives for countries to start focusing. And I think given the kind of, there are capabilities that exist in many of these countries, but doing it all on their own is also going to be challenging. So can there be partnerships effectively to kind of develop these capabilities? So one set of capability that you want, one set of platforms that you need to focus on is the 5th generation, 6th generation fighter jets. But you also need submarines. Whether it is nuclear submarines or otherwise, I think that's an immediate requirement that you have to that you need to focus on. Similarly, whole range of other capabilities: air-to-air missiles, avionics, drones, which are becoming, again, you can see the relevance of drones from the Russia-Ukraine conflict there. Engines, fighter jet engines, again, these are, so whole range of capability requirements are there. How we bring together the countries to partner in terms of, India has a limited capacity in terms of developing nuclear submarines, having learned some of the worked with the Russians in a sense in the past. So there are these capabilities, but again, it's not going to be easy for a variety of reasons, historical issues, historical partnerships. For instance, when you look at the case of India having worked with Russia for the longest time, the Soviet Union, and even now continues to buy platforms from Russia. So again, is it going to be easy for other countries to partner with Russia, partner with India in a sense? So there's a certain amount of historical baggage that comes along with it. There are also other domestic political compulsions that come into play while making a case for a particular partnership. But more, to me, the bigger issue is the habits of collaboration. You don't have the habit of collaboration of working with India, for instance, or working with certain other countries, Vietnam, and so on and so forth, because they have been part of the other club in a sense for a very long time, for several decades. So getting the countries to, and you have worked with certain partners for alliance partners for like 3 decades, 4 decades. So that habit of collaboration, it comes easy to you. So breaking away from that habitual partners and moving into new partners driven by certain amount of geopolitical necessity, I think that's going to be a challenge in a sense. But I think that would need high-end political direction, political guidance for that to actually materialize in a sense. But I think like Miranda said, I also want to look at the strategic competition, all of that, the strategic circumstances that is driving us in a certain direction. One is recognizing the strategic consequences of China's rise and what it means for us. I think that's strong enough a strategic imperative to put aside some of the historical issues and start working. And I think we can think about practical ways to get over the issues, like, for instance, the historical issues. I mean, India, for instance. Are you comfortable? Are you confident enough to share some of the advanced technologies with India? I think there are ways to deal with it. For instance, the US and India relationship have grown enormously, strength to strength, in the last 2 decades. And it didn't happen overnight, but when it came to high-end defense collaboration, the US and India had to sign several foundational defense agreements that would facilitate better technology collaboration in a sense. So there are ways to deal with it. You can possibly look at those practical ways and means to kind of get there. It may not happen immediately, given that we are also all democracies, some form of democracies. Even if we are not the perfect democracies, we are all in democracies. So decision making is going to be painful. Decision making, there are going to be so many domestic political issues, factions, politics that comes into play. But I think that's something that is a work in progress that can actually happen if there is a political will at the highest point, in a sense. Because I think US is not to be written away, but at the same time, at least what has become clear in the last 3 months is that there is a certain amount of uncertainty. You are less confident about it. Okay, let me put it that way. You are less confident about the US relationship. You are less confident about the alliance security guarantor on the US role and kind of thing. So I think that's where it is. And therefore, but I think this is something that has already been happening at a very, very political level. Countries in the region, even when they are relying on the US, they have been also building up the Asian partnerships. So countries in the region already have been doing this, but I think that now the focus has to be in terms of building up the material capability to deal with the China problem, to deal with the other issues in the Indo-Pacific region in security. So there has to be certain security conscious political leadership that has to take the call to say this is something that really needs to be done, and so on and so forth. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Beck, a question for you to bring you back in and shift direction a little bit. How might the global and geopolitical situation have an effect on women and representation in politics?
Well, that is a great question. I think we can talk about sort of practical and policy effects on one level, and then broader structural or even ideological effects on the other. And so we've already heard today that the attacks on the DEI agenda is going to and has had effect on programs in Australia and elsewhere. So some of these are related to research projects. And there were a few examples. Danielle and Kathy mentioned a couple of examples where DEI has been affected, but there's one that I wanted to raise, which is the cutting of the United States Study Centre Women in Alliance program, which is a program that is designed to encourage women to participate in and engage with Australia's alliance with the United States. And so that is not going to get funding. And some of us have been, have made sort of, statements in the past about how gendered the alliance is. Some of you might remember it was a few years ago now. I think it was 2018 when they had the 100 years of mateship, and they had the role models for the alliance, and they were all men. And so this kind of program was actually designed to start bringing people into the alliance who may not have felt like they had belonged. So I think that's quite a shame that that's happening. But these attacks on DEI programs are going to, potentially limit women's participation and representation in these fora. And also I mentioned USAID and cuts there. I mean, that's really important when we think about women's representation and participation in politics globally, because a lot of the work, a lot of the programs that the United States supported were in civil society and in democracy, and in, having specific programs that will try to advance women's leadership, whether it's in domestic politics or whether more broadly. And this is not necessarily an area that's going to be easily filled by another country. Like, I can't imagine that China would come in and try and fill that particular gap. So there is a potential implication there in terms of supporting women's representation and leadership, both domestically and internationally. But just on the broader picture here, I mean, what concerns me is the strongman leadership model. Like, this is, you know, Trump is part of this, but he is also enabled by this kind of global trend, if you like, towards leaders of very powerful states having a particular mentality about what leadership looks like. And that's really what concerns me, I think, when we think about, it's not just Trump, it's Xi, it's Putin, it's Modi, it's Prabowo, it's not all leaders, obviously, but a bunch of very important leaders who I think about competition in a particular way, and that is gendered, and it is, you know, it's ideological as well. So you just have to look at photos from, you know, whether it's the G20, for example, where it suits as far as the eye can see. And the first panel mentioned a devolution. I think we're seeing that in terms of women in very high-powered positions, and that it's. I don't know how we're going to fix that in this particular moment in time, but I would say that what happens globally does have an effect on women and their ability to participate in politics and in academia and in militaries and things like that.
Hi, for those that might not recognise me from the first panel, I'm tired. I have a question around just more broadly the grand strategy. I can't take credit for this idea because I read it, I think it might have been an ABC News article where they suggested that Trump is trying to offer regional economic dominance, dividing Russia to the Europe, China to Asia, and maybe aspects of the Pacific, and the US to the Americas. And for me, that holds a lot of water, because it's not simply a matter of we could be the smarter, often we are, maybe the smarter. We could be the smarter person in the room, right? But you can't have a rational argument with someone who won't see beyond their own line of argument, irrationally or otherwise. So if we know their behaviours, their tendency, their mannerisms, at the risk of being too reductionist, isn't that one way of not combating but countering that kind of grand strategy plan? Because as much as they might try and offer this high-level economic blunt force instrument, you know, the economic policy being a very blunt instrument, we, on the other hand, through multilaterals, successfully or however wise, might be able to counter that.
Does anyone want to take a view at that?
Okay, so I can come back in here. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, just briefly, I mean, I think what you're describing there is the sphere of influence argument that, and this is, I think, of great concern to Australia. We worry all the time about getting dragged into conflict in the region. Particularly, we talk a lot about a Taiwan contingency, but now what we also have to grapple with is this idea that there might, in fact, be a carve-up in the way that you describe. Again, I don't think that's likely. I still think that there is enough in Washington and enough supporters in Washington of competing with China that a deal, some sort of grand bargain, would be very difficult to get through in Asia. But still, the fact that we have to account for that possibility is really challenging. And so I think in terms of trying to think our way through it, Raju's presentation and also Miranda talking about cooperation is really important, because this is my view, in Australia, we need to diversify our approach to international relations, which doesn't mean abandoning the US alliance. I don't think that's a practical or feasible thing. But as Raju was talking about, working together with what we used to call the spokes of the hub and spokes. So we work we are practically in an alliance with Japan in Australia. Like for all intents and purposes, pretty close to one, right? And that has developed over the last 5 or 6 years. We want to improve our relations with Korea. And, Korea, I was in Korea 3 times last year. They are seriously talking about nuclearization, which is, really troubling, scary, right? It is, it's a worry. But Australia and India and Japan and Korea and New Zealand, these are the sorts of countries that are going to have to do much more together without necessarily relying on the United States. So the minilateralism is like regional and middle power minilateralism, and it's going to be really difficult because, and the point is, the countries in the region, we do not have the same material capabilities as what the United States brought in. So it's a scary thing to be thinking about.
Absolutely. Echo what Beck said already. And I think the effort to create a sphere of influence, I think that's very it's scary, but it may not happen, but it feeds into the sort of a narrative building that there has been a similar thing long time ago. One of the US senior leadership, I'm just forgetting the name, where he said the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean, how the US and China would divide these zones of influence in a sense. It just feeds in. You're just laying the seeds of such kind of thinking, and that is not a great thing, because I think there have been in the past, there have been such kind of talk, and Obama's presidency in particular giving away little giving away the strategic space to China, which has been difficult to retake in a sense. So these kind of talk, any such kind of talk is kind of is not useful, and I think that really brings in the need for other countries who have similar visions, similar ideas, similar thought process in terms of what the Indo-Pacific security and strategic order must look like, including others outside of the region, capable powers, to bring them into the region, talk about it, and build a shared sort of a future. And I think that's in terms of capability, in terms of sharing of burden, all of that, you need other capable powers, whether it is the UK, whether it is France, and other capable powers who share similar sentiments. You need to get them here, because you need people who think like you, but you also need capable powers in terms of economy, in terms of technology, in terms of defense capabilities, all of that. So.
Okay, we've probably got time for one very brief question with some very brief remarks back, if there is another question out there.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a lot, and whilst, the emphasis is on capability, but in the Indo-Pacific, we also have different power structures. So you might have some formal arrangements and alliances, and some decisions that they are, you expect them to be following the particular arrangements, but those decisions may be made by a very small elite of people, whether it's military elite or whether it's economic-based, business-based. So how do that intersection work in all those collaborative efforts that we want to, basically create?
No, I absolutely agree with you. The different power structures, different sorts of governments, and I think that's where, when the late Shinzo Abe from Japanese Prime Minister, talked about arc of democracies, diamond of democracies, and all of that stuff, I think, or even there have been other conceptions also. When you talk about democracies, then you're leaving out a whole lot of countries. So it is better not to have a democracy as a framing point, because then you're leaving out countries like Vietnam, whether they would fit in or not. Whereas Vietnam is a natural fit in terms of if you have the strategic logic right about managing China, addressing the China-related threat very clear, then Vietnam is going to be one of your critical partners. So I think the strategic framing is very, very critical. Capability is required. Strategic framing is absolutely required. And I did talk about even when it is the threat is all about China, there are different focus. But I think that is still something that you can work around. You can get to a point where everybody can get to a shared understanding of what we are trying to deal with, or some sort of an understanding as to how you can division of labor can happen among different major powers, major Indo-Pacific powers, and so on and so forth. But I think the strategic logic, selling right the strategic logic is the most critical piece of how you can build these kind of coalitions of power, unilateral groupings, I would think.
Anyone else? No comment? No? Okay. Unfortunately or fortunately, our speakers are in such demand that one of our panellists has to run off actually to do another panel at a different event. And so we'd love to keep talking all day, but we cannot. We have to draw this to a close, and we're also conscious that we're keeping you from lunch. If you'd like to thank the panel with me, that would be wonderful. And thank you for your engagement and questions, and be sure to have more discussion over lunch.
Why difficult it is sometimes to kind of move on.
Well, colleagues, good afternoon. If everyone could grab their seat, we'll kick off with the afternoon session. Well, thanks very much again for coming back after lunch for part 2 of our Athena Series. Again, I think you'd all agree, based on the quality of discourse from this afternoon will be a hard act to follow, but we're going to give it a try. Many of you would be aware, certainly from the Security and Defence Plus perspective, that we represent the 3 universities in the context of bringing advocacy and increasing the profile around that securitisation element of national power, in some forms with an emphasis on the military, but really without compromise to those other areas of national security that really matter. And whilst it's really easy in some respects to talk about the military version of national security and the civil service public sector version, what's true in terms of how nations secure their borders and protect their people is that whole of government, whole of nation element that exists in its totality. And by that I also mean areas around academia and critically defence industry. So it's my great pleasure and privilege this afternoon to introduce our next guest for this fireside chat. Our first speaker is Dr. Marigold Black, who's an intellectual historian with deep expertise in geopolitics, strategic defence and national security studies. Marigold earned a PhD in history from the University of Sydney. She's held several positions, including Strat Policy and Futures Research with the Australian Army Research Centre, appointments with the Strategic Defence Studies Centre at ANU, RAND Australia, where her research addressed sovereign outcomes within guided weapons, military deterrence and defence mobilisation planning. And she's also a very passionate advocate for integrating historical consciousness into policy making. Our second guest is Miss Karen Schilling. Karen's a highly capable executive manager and chief operating officer with more than 20 years experience in both the public sector and in founding, running and bringing to scale her own business. She currently serves in the ACT government as part of Defence Canberra and has demonstrated experience in strategic planning, business transformation and operational excellence. Karen holds credentials from the Institute of Company Directors, which underscores her commitment to effective governance and leadership. Come on in, guys. We're delighted to welcome both our guests here, colleagues, and I'll start off by asking you, Marigold, in the first instance, just to talk about your backstory. What drew you into academia? What is your particular focus around national security and what keeps you motivated? Thanks, Marigold.
Thanks, Ian. Great to be here today. Academia, well, it's a pretty strange beast, as I'm sure you'll agree. A weird combination of free thinking and slow time and trendy thinking and the urgent imperative to publish or else perish. So I'm not sure I was ever really drawn to academia as such. And I despair a little at what's happening to some of our universities. But what I was drawn to, without a doubt, was the kinds of ideas that were flourishing in the halls of Sydney Uni History Department. It's always been about the ideas for me. And I'll come clean, I'm not comfortable talking about myself. It's not something I do a lot. It's always been about the ideas. And by being at Sydney Uni in the History Department, I was able to look at some things that I never could have imagined I could have done. I didn't finish school, I had a baby early, so I had a fairly unconventional career path. But I sat there in my office in the Quad and I was able to turn over the idea of sovereignty as it was understood by the colonists in the Americas in the decade before the Declaration of Independence, and look at how they drew in law and history and religion and commerce and trade, and from that created a fully fleshed nation. And when I started looking at things like that, I was hooked. And it has inspired me, even that idea of sovereignty has inspired me all the way throughout my career. And certainly by learning the historian's craft, which is understanding context and questioning assumptions and not taking anything at face value, that has been a constant driver of research for me. And certainly now I'm particularly inspired and energised despite a sense of doom and gloom with what's going on in the world, because I see that as an opportunity. And certainly for Australia, I'm seeing an opportunity for us to rethink how we think about sovereignty, our own sovereignty. And I don't think we've had to really do that before. We outsourced our thinking long ago to the British and then to the US, and then to some degree to China as all of our policy became reactive, and potentially again to the US. But if we're ready to stand up now, we can craft our own version of sovereignty. And think about some of those questions that I looked at in my thesis around how does law and politics and society and culture and our commercial personality, our international legal personality, how does that all fit into our own idea of sovereignty? And that's something we really do need to look at, because we were effectively gifted it. We didn't fight for it. So we don't know what it is. If I was to ask people in this room, what does Australian sovereignty mean? I think it would be a very difficult question to answer. In fact, I would find that question difficult to answer, and I'm supposedly an expert in sovereignty. So that's really, really driven me. And in that questioning of Australian sovereignty in the contemporary moment, it's meant that I've started thinking about what that means and what that means to be a middle power, what it means to be a middle power, which is the designator we tend to use for ourselves. I'm not a fan because it tends to be a limiting designator, but I think we can turn it into advantage, because a middle power has ambiguity within the international system, and that can mean flexibility. And there's all sorts of things we can do with that. And there's been a lot of talk today about things like cooperation and collaboration, but I also think we could think about this in terms of our own realpolitik. And by that I mean, why don't we construct, I'm just putting this out there and I'm happy to be shot down, this is something that I like to do. What if we started thinking about a middle power strategy where we had such layers of complexity in all of the alliances that we build and that alliance structure that we build, that we have a kind of cryptic or almost cryptographic way of engaging with our partners and allies. We have a relationship here that is based on economics. We have one over here based on politics, here on our military relationships. And that need not be transparent. It, in a sense, muddies the waters for our adversaries. So there can't be a coherent strategy created. Where something happens over here, it might trigger something over here. And I think we need to start thinking differently about the kind of agency we actually have, not just reacting to what's going on around us. I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I think this is a moment of opportunity.
No, thanks, Marigold. Really insightful. And for those that haven't read it, Marigold wrote a paper about 18 months ago around AUKUS as big science. And so it being one of the sort of dominant themes of our time, I'd commend it to you because it helps to describe some of those connections between N, ways and means, and Australia's role as a bigger version of itself. And again, I think to me that speaks to very much your point in this instance. Just turning now to you, Karen, and your backstory, we all understand, at least as an aspiration, the role of defence industry, entrepreneurship and innovation more broadly. I think depending on questions around innovation, who you ask and what you get are often different things. Innovation is both a noun and a verb for many of us. So be very interested in your experience around how you have been able to foster innovation, how you've been able to stimulate the private sector in the context of a whole-of-nation approach to national security.
Yep, sure. Thanks, Ian. So if I look at my journey, I was one of those ones in high school where the military came around to give the presentation and they said, anybody put your hand up who wants to be in the military? And I looked around and no one put their hand up. I thought, well, I'm not putting my hand up. And so then, though, I followed in my father's footsteps. He was in the army. So I joined ADFA here a long time ago, and then ended up finishing my degree outside and joining the Air Force. And the reason I did that was because I wanted to lead when I was young. And I felt like when you finish university or you go through university, you sort of start at the bottom and you're the person that's, making the coffee and doing all that sort of thing. Whereas in the military, you can get thrown into a job. So my first role in Townsville was in charge of about 100 people that were Army, Air Force and civilian shift workers. So lots of complexities and lots of HR issues and things like that. it was there that I started to look at how we could work with industry differently. I was involved in a lot of contracts with commercial organisations, and I sort of put myself on the other side and looked at it and went, well, some of this stuff doesn't make sense. And so I started asking a lot of questions around how we engage with defence industry and how do we get a win-win for both sides. Because, ultimately everybody's a taxpayer. And so I looked at how we could actually gather those, foster those partnerships and strategic alliances where it was actually for the benefit of both sides. It was then that I wanted to come to Canberra because I was told that's where all the decisions are made in the military. So was posted to Canberra, and that's when I started engaging with the defence industry side. I literally sat next to, which is now my husband, at a party because I wanted to find out what it was like to be a contractor. And then started to get involved in the company and sort of said, that's not how you do HR or finance. Do you want me to do some of that stuff? And so then my husband and I were able to grow a company in defence and scale that company, and we exited 7 years ago. So then I also had experience in one of the big multinationals as well. So we sold to a US company. And I think we'd always had that idea that there's a different partnership approach that can happen between defence industry and defence. And if you actually allow people to do what they're passionate about, then you'll get things like innovation. There's a difference between coming in and punching a time card every day and waiting for the paycheck, and then actually being able to do what you're really passionate about. And so then through that we were able to do some innovative solutions for our defence customers. And the difference, so there's an example that I used to always have, that it would take the average person, I think it was about 13 or 14 hours to rebuild this particular laptop that our team were involved in. And they, well, this is not good for the end user. So they created a USB key that you literally plugged in and followed the pattern which said click F12 and follow, and it was done in about an hour and a half. And that wasn't written into a contract. There was no contract to do improvement or innovation or anything like that. But you have really passionate people working in the team that look at it and go, how can I make the next person's job better? And so I think if we can find those sparks of people in defence industry that look at that and go, all right, my job is to make jobs better for people and make things faster and save money and get capability to the end user the quickest way possible, then that's the sort of partnership that we really need to foster. And that's what I'm really happy of having done with my career. And now as the ACT Defence and Advanced Technology Industry Advocate, it's a long title, there's no good acronym, even though it's defence. I now get the opportunity to work with SMEs and defence industry in the ACT and try to network them, give them some encouragement, understand what their impediments are, and then support. And ultimately, I feel like I'm still giving back to that broader defence and defence industry.
No, it's a great response. And just as a follow-up, in terms of some of those leadership dimensions moving from uniform service to other forms of service, both in your capacity as a founder, but then in your latter role, what are some of the sort of lessons around leadership and acting with purpose that you think really gets cut through, particularly outside a hierarchical military situation?
Thanks, Ian. I don't know if anybody knows or have heard of Simon Sinek. He's one of the inspirational, I loved his books and things like that. And he has a quote which is, working hard for something we don't care about is called stress, but working hard for something we love is called passion. And I think if you can find people that are passionate and share your passion and values, then you will get the ultimate deliverable there. And I think defence, I feel like defence isn't as hierarchical as it used to be. There is those spaces for people that want to buck the trend and want to do something different. And I think if we can foster those, and I would love to see more military and industry crossovers. And have that free flowing, because then people might not think grass is always greener on the other side, and we'll get people coming back in with a different perspective. But I think trying to find those things that spark that passion in people and trying to remove those things that are impediments to them, whether that's having to do what they feel like is bureaucratic processes and things like that, then you'll actually get the best out of people and they'll actually try to deliver and not just come into work each day and come home.
Great. And I guess as a follow-on for you, Marigold, sort of research, leadership, milestone challenges in the context of ideas, and you've worked obviously in the department for think tanks and in the course of your own studies and scholarship. What are the challenges around trying to get an idea to stick, particularly in conservative institutions where, defence acquisition to some degree is designed for a vision of a culmination in battle that may or may not be relevant to the next conflict. And often one of the challenges when you're thought leading is you can see the truth and you know what it is, but you've got to convince everyone around you. So how do you confront that particular challenge?
Yeah, I thought a lot about this one because there are so many challenges. But I think that something that's becoming a real impediment to what you're asking is, and it has been for a long time actually, is Australia's intellectual laziness. And I say that, but I'm in a room here where there's no one who's intellectually lazy. But something's not working. Somehow the idea is not getting from here to there. Day after day, I am banging my head against people who are often paid big bucks to strategise and think about defence and national security, but are just not thinking outside of the box. They're just making the same assumptions. And I know there are plenty of people out there who are not doing that, but those ideas are not getting through. And I suspect a lot of people here are familiar with the valley of death in technology development. So I'm starting to, that's where, say there's a promising technology, but it just can't get to that point of being operational and fielding. And I'm starting to wonder if there might be an intellectual valley of death. And I don't know what's happening there. Perhaps Karen might have some answers. Perhaps she can help us figure that out. But I know that with all of these big ideas that I talk to people about every day, and they talk to me about, but they're really just not getting into policy. So how to fix that is a constant challenge. And it's what I've set about, it's the reason I set up the company that I've set up, Norfolk, and it's what I did when I was at RAND, was try to get those big ideas into policy. I couldn't do it through academia. RAND, I had some impact, but there's a RAND way. And Norfolk, I just wanted to do the big ideas, to choose the clients and to make sure those ideas were getting through. But to be honest, that's still not happening. And one of the areas I'm really pushing, because I think it can do a lot for us, is for us to develop a net assessment capability here in Australia. It's not something, we don't have this intellectual tradition. I think there's more and more talk about it in Australia. And I think this might actually be our moment, because even as the Office of Net Assessment in America has been disestablished, which is a disgrace, that may be an opportunity for Australia to take up the mantle, also perhaps to become a safe harbour for that kind of strategic analysis, that kind of multi-domain, multi-temporal, multi-metric thinking that gets us thinking outside of the box, but that also brings in people from all sorts of disciplines. It must be multidisciplinary to work properly, and net assessment capability. And so that's a great way to bring in people from industry, from academia, from government. And so that's something I've certainly set out to do, because my career path, going from academia, going to the Army Research Centre, going to RAND, and starting my own business, has meant that I've had to engage with people across all of these sectors, industry, academia, and the think tank community. And there's so much to draw on that we're not drawing on, and this is a way to do it. So I've got a pitch out there to try and get some funding for this work, and fingers crossed that will happen. And we might even be able to get some US expertise to drag in. Certainly they don't have as much to do there, which sadly, but they certainly might help us out.
So there's your first action item for this session this afternoon. All of you are to deploy your networks, build a quorum of support for the idea of a net assessment function in Australia, and then use the words or the name Marigold Black in the same sentence. So please take that on for us. And again, really good points. I mean, I imagine the strategies of Singapore and Israel and other middle powers don't necessarily reflect the strategic tradition in this country, and so there are other ways, as Marigold indicates. And just thinking again about entrepreneurialism and confidence and inspiration, and again to you now, Karen, the idea of translating an idea into an outcome. I mean, the amount of veterans and those that we've all worked alongside with over the years who have turned an idea into a business, and there's plenty of examples that we can all think to. What is the secret sauce in doing that? What's the translation requirement to turn an idea into an outcome?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Very early on, we were looking at spinning out, well, we did spin out a software company as well. We had a solution which was like an operational version of SharePoint before SharePoint was mature. And we worked with somebody and he sort of said, don't stop talking about your idea or product. He said, don't think that you're going to keep it close and then you're going to hit the market and you're going to make $1 million. He said, keep talking about it to anybody and everybody that will listen, because you just never know where your partner or alliance is going to come from, or where someone's going to have an answer that you didn't think about. So you don't have to know everything and have the answer all the time. And there's always sayings that the person that founds a company, when it gets to a certain size, is not the right person to run it. And so I think a really clever approach, and especially in technology companies, because usually the people that found that are quite geeky and not necessarily business focused. And I'll always say to those people, follow what you're interested in, what you're passionate about, and find somebody who's equally as passionate about the things that you don't like to do. So don't try and learn the whole thing yourself, because you'll get out of bed in the morning and go, oh, I've got to go to work again. And if you've got your own business, that's not where you want to be. So what you need to do is speak about what you're trying to do, find out who else shares that passion, surround yourself with people that like the idea, and don't try and have all of the answers all the time. And we're lucky here in Canberra because we've got a really cooperative community in Canberra. I mean, I look at what we have in Melbourne and Sydney, and you go to different conferences and things like that, and it's almost a bit like, I'm not going to tell you because you might be a competitor. Here in Canberra, we're so small that we all know each other. And so by talking to it, they'll say, hey, you need to talk to so-and-so because they could help you with that R&D tax incentive, or they could help you with that. We've got government activities like CBRN, which helps support founders. We've got Defence Trailblazers, which is a federally and university-funded activity to try and get defence innovations to market. So always keep talking about it. Your ideas might change as well, so just because you started some way, be prepared to pivot across something else. You know, you don't have to decide on the one thing and then that's it, and you'll form it at the peril. So always think about navigating and changing it to what you might hear is a different problem. But I think that whole idea, and that comes back to that, talking to people, getting ideas from others, sharing the innovation, and then you'll end up drawing people that believe that, and then that's a better chance of success.
No, thank you, they're great points. And again, I'm sort of thinking about now in terms of how you've both described yourselves in the context of your own businesses and your own ideas, how that relates to the resilience needed every day to get out of bed, and despite the odds in some instances, to have the fortitude to keep going. I mean, we're all familiar in the military with the notion of physical courage, and we all know what moral courage is, but it's a different level of courage, I think, when you've got a business or your family's well-being or your own mental health on the line as it invests and as you invest in an idea or an outcome. So I guess you, Marigold, in terms of being able to steel yourself every day for the challenges, but also having the conviction to back yourself, to find cohorts of people that support you, to find mentors. What do you do to sort of continue the momentum, the velocity forward as it relates to putting your own ideas into practice?
I keep trying. I just keep trying. No matter how many times it's a no matter how many times a door closes in my face on a really good idea, I just keep trying. And my advice to anyone else who's having the same experience is don't stop. Be brave, be honest, be bold, and keep questioning assumptions, and keep speaking up. And this actually goes to something that Karen just said that has given me pause for thought right now. Is that I love to give ideas an airing of any sort, and I love it when other people do the same thing. But yeah, you have to keep on it. You have to keep trying, and you have to give that another airing in another context with other people to try and get that traction. And I'm thinking of an experience that I had on an idea I knew was really good. And this was, I put a proposal in to government on looking at hidden risks in strategic alliances. And I did this a few years ago. And I don't mean just strategic risks. And if we're talking a security agreement, I use the AUKUS example as one of my case studies. I don't just mean security risks. I mean the other risks that might make that agreement incoherent or difficult to execute or any number of things. And here I'm talking about things that might be happening in the society of one of these countries or in the political sphere, I mean, and you see where I'm going with this, or in the economic sphere, in terms of values that are incoherent or incompatible between the countries, but we haven't really pulled that apart. And we may have been better prepared for some of the things that have happened in recent months with one of our main allies had we looked at some of those hidden risks in strategic alliances. But in part that, I feel like that's on me, that I didn't, yes, I put that pitch in, and yes, I talked about it once, and yes, I went, because they really should have funded that, but then I let it go. But now I'm going to try again. And I've told all of you here, and maybe you have some interest in looking into questions like that. So I take so your advice, Karen, to just keep trying. And I realise that is what I've done throughout my whole career. That is where the resilience is to just keep trying and to believe in what you do. And perhaps that's what is fundamental. Believe in what you do and believe in the worth of what you're doing. And as I said early on in the piece, this has always been about the ideas for me, and about getting the ideas where they need to be. And I think that's what keeps me getting up in the morning. I want a safer, more prosperous Australia, and that's what this is all about.
No, that's great, Marigold. And again, I guess to follow on to that theme to you, Karen, we've talked a little bit about resilience and about the courage needed to back yourself and your idea or your business or your startup. I mean, have you got sort of a sense of, if you could talk to your younger self, what advice you would give yourself, knowing what you know now?
Yeah, I think one of the things would be, don't be so hard on yourself. We had a business coach work with us because our company got to the size where it was my husband and I, and we didn't want to bring in a board because we didn't want somebody to tell us how to run our own business. And so what would happen is we'd go home at night, and I'm the workaholic, so I'd get into my husband's ear and come back the next day with a whole new idea. And so what we did is we engaged a business coach, someone who specialised in it. And I absolutely loved it because he'd put a graph up and he'd go, so here's your business cycle and this is where you guys are. And I'd look at it and go, oh, good, we're not failing, it's just really hard and there is light at the end of the tunnel. And one of the activities he got me to do was this thing called the primary aim, which actually makes you write your own obituary, which was very confronting. And what you do is you put down the 5 things that really inspire you and motivate you, and then you put down the 5 things that stress you or that you're scared about or you're negative. And what I worked out is some of the things were the same. What inspired me was working, was going out and doing this. And then what stressed me was the guilt that I felt because I had 4 children at home. And so trying to navigate that and trying to apologise and trying to work out which one was the priority at what time was always really hard. And I think as women we do we've got those scales to constantly balance. And so one of the things I would say is don't be so hard on yourself. We got help, we had au pairs to help us through that. And I always think it's a great way for women to stay in the workforce because you need help outside of the childcare hours. You need help running the whole household. And then also to not apologise for not being there for certain things. I was still involved in the P&C all the time and I was still the one that was doing all of that sort of stuff because we had the flexibility of our own company. Some people don't have that opportunity. And so I think that idea of you don't have to do it all straight away. You can just work out what suits you and don't be afraid to ask others for help. There's other people that have been in a similar situation. The concept of it takes a village to raise a family or a community is we need, I think, more of that where we can share expectations and share frustrations and stresses, and we don't have to have it together all of the time. I think if we talk about that more, we'll find that there are some support networks and we're not the only one, especially in male-dominated industries. It's really hard. So there's a few different things that women can do as well. Like there's nothing worse than going to a conference and being there and not knowing anybody. So the more people that you can meet through different networking opportunities and activities, the better. We ended up having a ladies at lunch, which was purely so that when we went to Avalon Air shows or somewhere else that we actually knew people around and could share in that. And that's where you realise that there is those networking opportunities and people there to help. So it's a matter of how do we actually do that. So that's the main piece of advice I think I would give myself is to, don't be so hard.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And she won't mind me saying this, but if I talk about your predecessor, Kate Lundy, for those that don't know Kate, you need to because she's probably the best networker I've ever met for all the right reasons. And I guess now to you, Marigold, some advice to your younger self.
I think in many ways what Karen has said is I echo the same sentiment, not to be so hard on myself. Maybe make some smarter decisions would be good. But I say that, and I mentioned that there was a slightly unconventional path getting to academia in the first place. And I'm glad that there was. It made me tough, it made me agile, it made me understanding of other people, and it made me resilient. It also made me quite open-minded, and I think I can see that actually throughout my career, in that I've gone from academia to the think tank world to industry, that I've worked throughout the latter years of my career with engineers, with scientists, with political scientists, with anthropologists, with historians, you name it. The teams that I've worked on have been very diverse, to say the least, and I think it's this openness that has come from being challenged early on that has been a boon to me. So not be hard on myself, but maybe also pat myself on the back for some of the things that I did do, and that I got through those things, and it opened my mind.
Yep. Well, colleagues, we had some great testimony here from two of our friends who really are involved in those really important ancillary elements of national power, academia and defence industry. We might take some time now to ask some questions and run a bit of a Q&A. So would anyone like to ask the first question? Yep, go for it. Oh, sorry, Lauren.
For the live stream. Thank you. Hello, thank you for that. I just have a quick question around. Actually, I have a two-parter, if that's okay.
Go for it.
The first one is, what do you think are the biggest challenges to innovation that you've experienced with working with government? And the second one is, how do you think the public service can nurture more diversity in thinking? So even if it is bringing in people that aren't really cut from the same cloth in terms of gone to the same schools, or just socioeconomic diversity, those types of things as well.
Sorry, what was the first bit?
Challenges to innovation in government.
Yeah, so I think some of the challenges to innovation is bureaucracy. It's the red tape and that sort of thing. And I think the changes to some of our strategy from last year was really around, in the past we've had that idea that if you've got a good idea, and people do, especially veterans with businesses, they'll go, you know what, I worked in that area, I've got an idea, it's going to make life so much easier. There's no way people wouldn't listen, and there's no way I wouldn't be able to get that. But there's just such a chasm to navigate. And I think now it's almost a little bit harder, because the message to industry now is, don't tell us what your solutions are, we'll tell you what our problems are, and it can only be focused on that with the SDIPs. So there's a real narrowing down of the innovation opportunities now. And yes, we've got ASCO and we've got different things like that. But I think the challenge now is it's even more narrow. In the past, there was a bit of that field of dreams, build it and they will come. So, you've got a good idea and they will come. So I think we need now to find those little pockets that exist that still allow that. Things like dual-use technologies will attract investment and things like that. So if we look at, where else can we go to do that? And that's a great thing. I'll always say to businesses, diverse away from just having all your eggs in the defence basket, because that's really risky, especially now. And secondly, learn to work with partners, because that's the other thing too. As a small business, you might have a solution that's a tiny piece in the chain. And so what you need to do is work out and search out for where those people are that can help bring that to being and make it a bigger solution. And then you might have a chance of getting that in. And the second part was the public's. Yeah, so the public service. One of the other areas I work in is cyber. There's a Canberra Cyber Hub that I'm on the board of, and I love cyber because it encourages diversity in terms of thinking. It's not a traditional, you're not an engineer. So the cyber industry has everybody, HR, accounting, all different diversity of thought. So that's one area that's very refreshing, because you can bring that. And I think the lesson there would be, don't pigeonhole yourself. with what you do, and women do it a lot. You know, you write your CV and you do that. But go beyond that and try things that you might not be 100% fit for, and work out how to tweak your experience and your career and your skills into something that might be better. And there's organisations that can help you with that sort of thing. So don't just sort of look at it very one-dimensional. Be bold, and it's hard because we don't like to promote ourselves, but be bold and actually go, you know what, I can do that. I can take those skills and transcend it into something else.
So I'm going to tell you about some experiences that I've had in the business that I've set up a year and a half ago in Norfolk. So we do specialised research and analysis and creating analytic models, but I realise that some of that innovative work that we do is not legible. I mean, it's hard for other sectors maybe to read. A lot of the work I do is qualitative and as well as innovative, but it's hard, I think, for people who are not in that world to understand how it fits with what they do. And it occurs to me just now that, so we have the TRL, which enables technologies to make sense to, you know, to others who are interested in technology. I'm wondering if we need something similar for the social scientists and research and that qualitative aspect of innovation, because more often than not we associate that with technologies, but there's a lot of other innovative stuff going on out there.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, as most of you would know with a history bent, you know, social science is how you prevent war and technology is how you win them, and we need both. And so in that context, I think the point around APS and, you know, innovation is a good one. I mean, one of the privileges I have in my university roles, I see the pressure that these institutions are under in all three AUKUS countries at the moment, and it only makes me more impressed by those that turn up every day to serve in the ways they do. So it's not just the 300,000 that have been summarily sacked in the US, it's the civil service in the UK. They're under all sorts of pressure with budget, and clearly here in Australia, notwithstanding the election, our APS are doing the very best they can in very trying circumstances. We've got time for a couple more questions. Jacinta.
Thank you. Look, this was just an extraordinary fireside chat, and just so stimulating and very open. And congratulations to both of you, because a big thing I was hearing is you can have your journey, and both of you have had what can be described as unconventional journeys, and that's your life, including your many faceted careers. So well done, and thank you, because I think it gives all of us great hope, and it's a wonderful example. I'd like to ask you about risk and reward. I was really struck, Marigold, when you talked about intellectual laziness, a thing, and I think Ian knows, we've talked about a Defence Strategic Update that said, oh, there's no longer 10 years for planning, and then we had a DSR that said, a few years later, yep, there's no time for planning, and then last year there's no time for planning, but we hadn't actually done anything since then, or not sufficient to be able to deal with that. And Karen, you talked about bureaucracy and committees. So what I'd be interested in from both of you is, what do you see in terms of the appetite for risk? Mick Ryan was very critical of that in Defence just recently in an article in the media. And also how we reward people. Is there something that needs to change here? On the leadership panel, there was discussion around accountabilities for people not being rewarded. It's about looking like you've reported well against a recommendation. So what's the risk appetite? What can we do to maybe change that? And do rewards have a part in that?
That hits a nerve, actually, because I think the risk appetite in government is very low, and I think the risk appetite in the general populace is a bit higher. And I've encountered, since starting this company at possibly the absolute worst time in history, to do what I've done, that it has become increasingly difficult over the last year for new ideas to get a hearing because of things like Commonwealth procurement rules, because of things like contractors becoming, in many contexts, a dirty word, and that we use them as little as possible. But the thing is, it's many of those people from outside that have the higher risk appetite, and they will come in with the new big disruptive ideas. But there is fewer and fewer ways to actually get in with those new ideas. In some ways, it's hard to even come with an unsolicited proposal to some areas of government. In the last 6 months, there seems to have been a change. So I think there does need to be a change there, or we're not going to get those big ideas from outside of government. The other thing, and I wrote a piece on this recently, the other thing is it's actually fundamentally anti-democratic not to get those ideas from the people. And if they have a higher risk appetite and we're not hearing what they have to say, that's not really serving the people.
Cool, thanks. I always like to put myself in the other person's shoes. So, it's easy for us, well, not easy, we do as a small business turn around and go, you trust us, we can get you there, work with us, allow us to do that. Defence has a habit of transferring the risk onto the companies, and that's really hard when you can't manage the risk. So a company, a for-profit company, is going to factor in that in their pricing. So if there's risks that they can't control, and whether that's the time the Commonwealth takes to review documents before you can get the next milestone, they're not going to do it for free. No one's going to do it for free. So they're going to factor that in. And I think the challenge that we have in defence is we do tend to go for the bigger companies. We always have, we still do. And their mandate is possibly different to what a lot of the SMEs and the companies that are smaller will do. And so I think there's a challenge there in where our natural buyer method will go. And I've heard people sit there and go, yes, well, we can't give it to the small company because if we change our mind and don't pay, they can send them broke. And I sit there and go, yeah, but the big company's not going to take it for free. They're going to make it up somewhere and probably more. But for some reason we still try and think that going to the bigger end of town is going to give a better or a less risky result. And in actual fact, it's quite often it's the opposite. The small companies got their skin in the game. They've got to produce. They are willing to go over and above to get that result and hope that goodwill changes. I think yet we still keep doing that, and that's only been emphasised more in the latest rounds of documents and the way that we're engaging with contractors and things like that. So, and especially in Canberra, when most of our defence industry are small PSP, professional service providers, that's really challenging. And I think the difference now is that defence industry, we're going to lose that talent to outside of defence. And when they do that, we're not going to bring them back in because defence isn't easy to work. So if we lose them to other countries or other industries, they're not going to come back and help us when we need them. And the problem is now with innovation and things like that, what we don't need today, we'll need in 5 years. We just don't realise it yet. And by putting all of our eggs into these baskets, it's only what we want right now, we're actually at risk of not having what we're going to need in the future when we don't realise what it is.
Thanks, Karen. We've got time for one more quick one. I don't want to stop the flow. Sorry, Lauren. I knew you were going to go cross at me then. We're 1 minute over time. I'll make up for it.
I don't really have a question, but I would like to say to Karen that is exactly what's happening. I'm in private industry. Everything you've spoken of is nothing new to defence industry, not in the past 2, 3, 5, 10 years. The things that we have an experienced defence industry workforce that are moving out of defence industry and taking their knowledge and skills to other areas of federal government, which there is an emerging need for. But on the flip side, federal government hasn't recognised the depth and breadth of that need for the future. For example, when we talk about critical infrastructure and around the SOCI Act, the need as part of Australia's sovereignty strategy is to harden our critical infrastructure and our assets. There is a deficit in uplifting that, especially, and scaling that up to economies of scales to Australian economy, just in that industry in itself. And when we're talking about critical infrastructure, we're talking about transport, we're talking about energy security, we're talking about supply and demand of our basic groceries as well. And then there's the civil infrastructure as well and things like that. And that is exactly what's happening now. And we now are living in a period where we have a deficit of skilled defence workforce. And about risk, with respect to defence and federal government peers and colleagues here, defence don't know how to manage risk properly. And because they don't, they've always shifted the risk onto industry, especially to the larger players in the field. And as you've rightly said, they will make up that gains one way or another. But it doesn't foster creativity, innovation in a solution that is a unique response to Australia's context and environment. So I think defence and federal government and society at large, we're missing out.
Yep, that's an excellent point. And colleagues, we'll have to leave it there. A couple of observations. The Quakers have this tradition around what they call the conmical question, and it's you speak to my condition. And I think in relation to our two panellists today and their background and their contribution, we've certainly heard from their insights that speak to their condition both as academic and as industry experts in their own field and what that means in the context of securitisation of national power. And the last point I made is a comment that came out of, remember Rosie the Riveter from the Second World War? Well, I think we've got two Rosies here. And it was this notion around US mobilisation in the Second World War, and the saying is, I've never done it before, but I can do it again. And I think that's a really useful way of thinking about solving some of these problems going forward that will need non-traditional solutions, that will need advocacy, and from our colleagues here today, we'll need the leadership that they've displayed for all of us over this past 45 minutes. So could you join me in thanking them? And we'll move on to the next panel. Thanks. We'll take a 2-minute break, we'll reset, and then we've got more to come. Thanks.
right, everybody. Good afternoon. I think we're going to kick off with the next panel. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I am Jennifer Parker. I'm an adjunct fellow here at UNSW. It's great to see so many friends and former colleagues in the room. I'm joined on this panel where we're going to discuss women's pathway into defence and inclusive military reform by Rear Admiral Letitia Van Stralen, who is the Head of Military Personnel, Brigadier Caitlin Langford, who is the Director General of Mental Health and Wellbeing in the Department of Defence, and Susan Hutchison, who is a PhD candidate here at the Coral Bell School looking at women, peace and security. It is a pleasure to join you this afternoon. I was very excited when I got this invitation. This is a topic that I've always been quite passionate about. My wife sitting at the back would attest to the fact that I frequently rant about it. So I will avoid ranting about it, but just kind of highlight a couple of points. Firstly, thank you to Ian, Lauren, Security and Defence Plus for having us here and pushing this vital conversation, right? We often don't find time in our days and our busy calendars to talk about some of these really meaningful things. I would like to also highlight yesterday was quite a significant anniversary, I would say, for the Royal Australian Navy, which I used to be a member. It was 35 years yesterday when Admiral Hudson, who was then the Chief of Navy, first announced that women could serve at sea in all of our ships, except submarines, which came 8 years later. And I think, when we talk about today and women's pathways into defence and inclusive military reform, I think it's important to highlight that we can often sit here and talk about the things that we need to address, and that's true. There is a lot that we still need to address, and my wife would attest to my ranting. But we've also achieved a significant amount in that period. And I won't highlight those, but I'm sure it'll come out during the discussion. So I think that throughout that period, we should be proud of our achievements. That doesn't underestimate how far we still have to go. The other point I'd like to acknowledge is when we talk about our achievements in military and women in the military, we often highlight people who have been the first, which has been an incredible journey, and they're people that we should recognise. But I think we also need to recognise the women along the way who never got those opportunities. And I always think about many, many years ago, I had a very good boss, it was Tish, I was providing advice about women who were applying for their ADM. And these were women who only served in the Navy for about 2 years. But the reason they only served for about 2 years is because at that point in their career, if you were married or you were pregnant, you had to leave. And so I think it's important to also recognise the service of those people who missed out on the opportunities to be the first or the second or the third. Now with that, we're going to go through a series of questions. At about 2:45, we'll move to the audience. And so please think of your questions, make sure they're challenging, make sure they're a bit controversial. That's always good. Before we get to that, though, I'll ask each of our panellists to just offer 2 to 3 minutes of thoughts or opening remarks on the topic, and I'll start with Admiral Van Stralen.
Thanks, Jen. Certainly my pathway through defence has been interesting. Joined over 30 years ago now, and I've certainly seen a number of changes across our organisation in supporting our women and enabling our women to participate or to conduct roles across defence. We're not restricted from all the roles, certainly across Navy, and certainly now opening up into those combat roles in the last 6 or 7 years in Army and Air Force. So I have seen considerable change across our Defence Force to ensure that women can do everything. I've also seen too that the changes from when I joined, the most senior woman was a commander, which is how many ranks ago? A few ranks ago for me, but certainly now we have a number of women as 2 stars, and we have Lieutenant General Fox as a 3-star. And I just thought about it today too. She's my first female boss in 30 years, which is pretty extraordinary. So I think this has been a wonderful journey, and certainly as a woman, I've not felt in any way held back from opportunities. I've actually found that I've had every opportunity equally, but I'm one of the fortunate ones. So I'll be happy to talk a little bit further about that. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you very much. Brigadier Langford.
Thank you very much. Well, like you, ma'am, 30 years ago, went to RMC, met my now husband, and I just thought I'd put that one out there. And so I've been in the system for some time, and again, have seen a lot of change. I graduated into medical corps and found myself sort of in and out of medical corps and then streaming into Strat HR. That's important because when the opportunity came up to interview for my current role, I just thought it was just a match made in heaven. Health prevention, protection of our people, strategic HR and wellbeing all rolled into one. What I will say though, when I interviewed for the position, got near the end of the interview and I was asked by a one-star how I was going to find balancing, family, work-life balance, because it's a very busy role. You know what it's like, Caitlin. Your husband's a one-star. You know how difficult this will be. And I said something without even thinking, which is always not necessarily a good place to be. And I said, there is no such thing as work-life balance. I said, my family will always come first. And at that point I thought, I'm not going to get this job. And I literally walked out of that interview and I called in and said, I don't think I've got this job, even though I really, really felt, passionate about the role that was being established. Lo and behold, here I am 2.5 years later, have established a branch over the 2.5 years from my position being the only established position initially. Have garnered resources, ASL, up to 60 people now in the branch. Just an amazing cross-section of people with deep professional skills and subject matter expertise in mental health and wellbeing. And they do things that I could never do, and it's wonderful. I'm really pleased with what's happened in the last 2.5 years, and I think there's so much work for us ahead of us. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brigadier. Susan, I'll turn to you.
So I think I might be a bit younger than these two wonderful ladies. For me, my defence career began just over 20 years ago when I joined initially the Army Reserves. I chose to join Signals because I thought it would be an interesting stepping point into intelligence. But I'd already spent time working with people who were affected by conflict. So I had worked on what was then called the Thai-Burma border. I'd supported refugees and worked in human rights advocacy. Some of my best and worst memories came from my time in Army. I eventually shifted my career to where I really wanted to be, focusing on what it meant for the various organisations, whether they be military, other government or non-government, who intervene in places affected by conflict and disaster. But one of the key issues that I kept facing in that work was ignorance of both the difference and the value of women's perspectives of crises and their value and roles in solving those crises. So my disability now means that largely I write in place of physically participating in defence and strategy spaces. So I write for like ASPI, Lowy, The Conversation and other places. And I really focus on gender and security and the implementation of the suite of UN Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security. And my ongoing engagement and research with conflict-affected women shows that security actors like the Australian Defence Force seriously miss out when they don't take a gendered approach to the analysis, planning and conduct of operations. So, for example, when I was researching the Tatmadaws initial clearance operations in Rakhine State in Myanmar, just by looking at the number of pregnant and lactating women who had sought refuge in Bangladesh, I was able to determine that that was in fact a genocide by comparing those rates with the equivalent population portion who were in the Rwandan, post-genocide Rwanda. And then in the financial analysis of the economy of ISIS, when there was a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, had not incorporated the value of sexual slavery in that analysis, and as a result international operations largely failed to account for the Yazidi women who had been held in servitude, especially during the battles for Raqqa and Mosul. And my peer-reviewed research found that as a result of both of those failings, ISIS has been able to gain approximately $121 million in ongoing revenue. Because of those failings, in turn, those women have continued to seek and have been failing to receive the justice that they really desire. And as countries like Australia, the US and the UK have been failing in their obligation to investigate and prosecute our foreign fighters, so Australian nationals, for example, who committed those crimes. So those are just some of the examples of the work that I continue to do in this space.
Thanks so much, Susan. And I guess you can see from introductory remarks, this is a really broad topic. I will first start with a question for Admiral Van Stralen. I guess talking about, you've had a lot of experience in the people space. I'd like to kind of understand, we talked about the journey of Defence and Navy. What are some of the steps that Defence, and specifically the Navy, given your experience, although acknowledging you're in a joint position, have taken to embed a culture of inclusion across all ranks? And how do you measure the impact of these initiatives in day-to-day operations?
Thanks, Jen. As I said in my opening, being in the Navy for now 30 years, when I first joined, there certainly wasn't a great focus on females. As we were a minority number. We still are a minority number. If I look at it truthfully, in the workplace report, 20.8% females across the ADF. Navy slightly better at about 24.5%. So there's a greater participation rate there. But certainly when I first joined, there was not much focus on us. We were allowed to go to sea, obviously, from 1990. I joined in 95. I went to sea in a destroyer, HMAS Brisbane, one of the first 3 women that served on board that ship, which amongst 300 males was, certainly it was a challenge, but it was also a fantastic challenge. We made a lot of inroads there. So in those early days, there wasn't much in place. There wasn't women-specific programs. There wasn't mentoring. There were, we were literally on our own. And I look back and reflect on my time back then, and it was very much everyone for themselves. We were trying to, and I liken it to a survival, but that's probably unfair because it wasn't that hard for me. But it was very much looking out for ourselves and potentially not really supporting each other as women. And it was only later on that I actually realised how much we could gain through supporting each other. And we have a couple of our women's advisors, past and present here in the room as well, where we've worked really hard to try and ensure that we have in policy, those sort of support mechanisms for women. We are different. We have a number of research programs underway looking at women's health, looking at support to women. We are different at the end of the day. And, we're suddenly talking about menopause. Nobody talked about that. And suddenly it's like, oh, wow, we actually talk about this stuff now. We talk about breastfeeding. We talk about things that actually impact women. And over the years, there's been a real sort of attention, I suppose, in a number of ways where the males have gone, yeah, but women shouldn't be treated differently. We're all asked to do the same job. Well, we're asked to do the same job and we have the same ability, capacity and also competence. It's just that we have to approach things a little bit differently. So there's a number of things that we've put in place. Gabby Dobson, our women's advisor for Navy, recently ran the ADF Capability Summit to really look at how women's roles are changing, how we've developed, how we're contributing to that capability. The Women in ADF report's really important too, to look at how our women are contributing to our Defence Force. Diversity reference groups, talking about the challenges that as women we may face, but also then working very closely with our male counterparts so they actually understand what those challenges might be for us and how they can also work with us and really develop those policies going forward. It's not just about women, it's about the men too and how we work together to ensure that we're really, getting the best outcomes for our people. We have a number of leadership forums, mentoring groups. There's a whole bunch of things that we've put in place to ensure that our women are well supported. And how do we assure that? We do a number of surveys, workforce surveys, to ensure that we're actually meeting those cultural needs as well. In Navy, we have the Navy Culture Team, very much focused not just on women. We have LGBTQI, the culturally diverse sort of backgrounds, a number of other areas. But I think what we've really understood over the years is the importance of that diversity and that diversity of thought. And, I can recall, even going back 10 years ago, I would often be the only female sitting in a planning conference or a forum of some description. I'd be the only woman in there, and often more junior than my male counterparts. And it's really, to see how we've then developed from that. I look at, promotion boards, for example. We ensure that we have a female on every promotion board. Star plots, which is our senior leadership choices, our command choices. We always ensure that we have a woman's voice in the room, at least one, to ensure we're getting that diversity of thought and that different perspective that comes with, being a female. And as I talked earlier on in this opening, trying to fit in, trying to be one of the boys back in the olden days, we were, I think, taught to think the same as the boys. So it was very much now understanding that, no, we shouldn't be trying to be one of the boys or one of the blokes or whatever. We need to be actually looking at why we're different and why we might need different things, or might think a different way, or bring different perspectives into how we do things. So from my, certainly from my personal perspective, we've come an awful long way. We continue to learn. For another example, the Human Rights Commission has recently done a study on women in aviation, so an area that we are certainly under-subscribed in our, in the amount of our workforce in aviation. So it's really important projects like that we go, why are women not progressing through some of these pathways? And often it's that, and I heard the previous panel, that self-doubt, not thinking that you have all the skill sets available, that you need to have. Whereas a man might go, well, I've got 5 out of 10, I'll give it a crack. The ladies are a little bit more reserved in that respect. So it's really these opportunities to understand. And there is the family perspective to it as well. When we look at how many senior women there are across Defence Force of 1 star and above, I think it's about 9-10% or something like that. I can't remember the exact figure, but it's obviously lower than our male counterparts. But we have to grow that senior leadership. So at points in people's career, we may actually lose them because they go, I'm having a family, I can't go to sea, I can't deploy, or I don't wish to, is the proper line. So it's really how do we grow that senior talent, and that's what we're really focused on, making these policies more flexible, making our career management more flexible to ensure that we actually provide a pathway to senior leadership.
Thanks so much, Admiral. Brigadier Susan, would you like to comment on that before I move to the next question? It will be, but do you want to comment on this one first?
So it sort of does lead into my question.
You can steal my thunder.
But just further to that, just reinforcing in particular the Women in ADF report, really flexibility was key, a key identifier and a key need for not just uniformed females, but uniformed males as well, who had spouses in careers. And I think that's an important point to note. But yet again, 2/3 of females report positive team inclusion. However, this is still less than males. So I'll touch on inclusion in my segment coming up next. But I think that there is the overwhelming evidence that things are moving forward in the right direction. It's not revolutionary, it's evolutionary, I would suggest. But the right decisions are being made and the right signals are being made, and demand signals to support a more inclusive workforce.
Susan.
I want to make sure you get to answer your question quick, smart after that. But I just, to me, what your comments also, I want to reflect back on this question that you were asked about, before you were appointed into your position. And for me, I think this still continues to be the omnipresent point around gender equality more broadly in Australian society. And that is not just that workplaces, such as defence, need to be made more flexible for women, but that we need to ensure that the situation changes for men. And I cringed when you were asked that question, because the problem continues to be how many men get asked, can you balance this job with your family? And how many men say, I don't want to go to sea because I have a family. And similarly, in this space of women, peace and security, while women, while there are differences between men and women and their experiences, and most of that is social, similarly, some men can see these differences quite well in the areas of operations, and can do that quite well. And there's research from the private sector, for example, that shows that when men have daughters, they magically understand that, for example, they may want to work to improve the gender pay gap, for example. So, yeah.
Thank you. I could keep going on this question. I've got a few thoughts, but I will move on because good moderators don't do that. I'm trying to be a good moderator. So, Brigadier, to your question that you mentioned before, so how does cultivating an inclusive environment, from basic training through to key leadership positions, tangibly affect mental health outcomes? And what progress have we seen so far in enhancing wellbeing through inclusive policies?
Thank you for your question.
It's almost like that question was coming.
So when I saw that question, I thought I'd actually flip it, and usually I try and frame things in the positive, but I looked at the negative aspects. So what does it look like when we don't have inclusion and we've got exclusion? And I'll paint a scenario which I think you'd all be familiar with, because we've all gone to school at some point in our life. You know, when you're out the front, there's two people choosing the team for the sporting event, and there's always one person left, and sometimes it's often the same person that's left. And they've proven there's science behind that. There's a physiological response to that person, that child being excluded. And it has a profound impact, which can manifest in anger, anxiety, depression. So you've got behavioural responses here, as well as potentially diagnosable mental illness. And I think it's really profound what happens in our childhood to shape the way we think as adults. And then if I transpose that onto recruitment, it's really important how we treat and train our young men and women, and what we advise them on the importance of wellbeing. Being, you know, it matters what happens to the person left and right of you, no matter who they are, what colour uniform, or whether they're in uniform at all. And that building those fundamental building blocks of importance for social connection there, and ensuring that we understand that, you know, diversity is powerful and can generate amazing things from a team, and that in of itself, throughout the time as you progress through the ranks, if you're leading a team, you're building team resilience. Because at any given point in time, someone's on the scale of wellbeing, someone might be thriving, and then someone might be struggling. But as a collective team, if you're looking at the individual capabilities and needs, you can, achieve great results. So we are building in wellbeing, front of mind in decision making, but throughout our training. And I think that this is going to be something that's going to, in 3 to 5 years, like any good cultural change, we're going to see an impact, and we're going to be able to measure the outcomes of those changes, those different training packages, different approaches to policy. So I hope that's answered the question. I just always feel for that child that's left and excluded. So we've got to, if you think of it that way, then it has to be right to include everyone.
No, thank you so much. Look, I'm going to hit you with a question that I didn't prepare, so feel free to say no comment. But I guess we talked earlier about what is wellbeing, and sometimes these words, wellbeing, resilience, inclusion, they get weaponised, they get lost in translation. When we talk about wellbeing in this context, in the context of your role, what do we mean by wellbeing?
Thank you. And there is a wellbeing definition in the ADF glossary, which is good, but we're going to look to contemporise it with our understanding that wellbeing is comprised of many factors at any given point in time. So with DVA, Defence have generated a wellbeing wheel, for want of a better term, because it is literally a wheel, that comprises 9 factors, and with the person and the individual central to that. And it's fundamentally understanding that we want to live well, serve well, and then transition well. So it's about lifetime wellbeing. And then if you overlay that with a socio-ecological approach, it's understanding that our policy on employment or respect and recognition, these are the factors, on health, mental health and physical health, the policy and practices should have a person-centred approach, so the individual, but then it understands that there is an interaction or a team or an organisational consideration. And then extending forward of that, there's a community, so we're a part of a broader community, but we're in the defence community as well, and how we interact with our broader nation. And then further to that is a public policy. So it shows you how complex it is, but at the heart of it for defence, it's about capability, because you can have 100 more women recruited, but unless they're in a status of being well, mentally fit and mentally healthy, and they've got those safety, housing, employment prospects, they're respected, they're recognised for their work, their family's well supported and catered for, and that's the other point too, sorry, it's also acknowledging that there's a family component to this, whatever that shape that looks like. If we've got that right, then we build in that sustainability and resilience in the broader team. It's not just a recruitment retention numbers game. I can go on a bit further.
I will stop you there. I did promise that we would get questions to the audience, and please make sure they are hard and controversial. I will ask though, Admiral Susan, did you want to comment on that topic, wellbeing, mental health?
I guess, we have such a focus on it, and not just driven by Royal Commission and Productivity Commissioner reports and things like that. I think, it's been a realisation for a number of years that if we don't look after our people, if we don't prepare them for transition, that, we can have pretty poor outcomes. So we're very much focused on building resilient people, but then also making sure that they transition with respect and dignity. So the whole work that, the Royal Commission's done, that the veterans strategy, that there's a number of family strategy, there's a women's veteran strategy that they're developing. All of these things are really focused on wellbeing, and that wheel, I think that's fantastic. That financial wellbeing, the family, everything that goes along with that is so important to us. And I think it's a realisation that we have to support our people throughout their whole journey, from recruiting through to transition and beyond, and making sure that they actually continue to belong. I think that feeling of sense of pride and being valued and all those sorts of things are so important.
Well, thanks so much. Look, Susan, I'll turn to you. One is a question you've seen before, but I'll ask you a second question that you haven't seen before, but we're discussing. One at a time, because I didn't make notes. Right. Okay. Right. Look, I guess talking about the women, peace and security agenda, I guess the question is, how effectively is the ADF integrating gender perspectives into conflict prevention and peacekeeping operations? Where is further innovation needed? And the second question, but I can reiterate it, it links in, is we were talking before about the difference between the women, peace and security agenda and the idea of inclusion in terms of changing the structure of an organisation. I think this is something that's often lost in the conversation. You had some really good points, so would you mind talking on that as well? I can reiterate either of those questions at any point.
Okay, so I didn't make notes for this part, and now my head is full of this fascinating conversation. So in my head, there's two parts to this conversation. One is about the integration and the operationalisation of women, peace and security into the ADF's peacekeeping efforts and the ADF's non-peacekeeping efforts is how I want to divide that first piece. So I've been working on Defence's implementation of women, peace and security since before Australia had a national action plan. We are now onto our second whole of government national action plan, and Defence has its own implementation plan, which is currently under review. I would say that that overall Defence has had a fluctuating efforts towards implementation. On the peacekeeping front, it's been really, really strong. So the Peace Operations Training Centre does a lot of really great work in this space. They run women military officers courses. They send trainers overseas that do this work. They do a lot of protection of civilians work in this space. We also run women, peace and security courses for UN folks, and they are also in charge of the gender advisors courses, which are accredited internationally. There's a really amazing cohort of, I presume there's some in the room. Do we have any gender advisors in the room? Yeah, okay, great. Of really passionate gender advisors in Defence. But I think, and those gender advisors are posted to various parts of the organisation, including Joint Operations Command. But I think the influence that those positions have varies across the organisation. Very few of those positions are full-time positions, and the influence that they have depends very much on the commander that they serve under. I think that a really telling example of that, so my PhD is on the ADF's operationalisation of women, peace and security, and a very telling example, I think, of how deeply the agenda has progressed within the organisation was when when there was a change of command at Staff College, and I spoke to the incoming commandant of ADC to ensure that he was happy with the arrangement that I'd made with his predecessor, that I could work with the students at Staff College, assessing their view on the extent to which gender mattered to military planning. It was going to be a simple survey, and the reason for using Staff College students was because military planners at JOC are far too busy to do such things, and Staff College gives you a really good cohort across the services and civilians. I received a very terse email that said that this was very much a distraction from the military effort of students at Staff College, which I thought was very telling, considering how important Staff College is to the progress of our military leaders, and the way that we think about the operational development throughout the organisation in defence. And I look at a range of different military operations and the way that we do and do not achieve an effect that is gendered, and what that means from the outside. So I think it's quite a complicated picture. Australia has just now last month released its the government's report on the implementation of the National Action Plan. That report was 2 years overdue, which was quite disappointing. And it actually has the same problems that we had with the equivalent report for the first National Action Plan, which is it was incredibly quantitative and not at all qualitative. It did not say anything about the outcomes. It was just a bunch of outputs saying this is the number of people that did this, as opposed to the effect that any of that had. So my answer to that question is kind of complicated.
Great answer though, and your PhD sounds fascinating.
Thank you.
Second question though, putting you on the spot.
Yeah, so I think because Australia's first National Action Plan really started getting some traction within the organisation, so it was surfacing sort of around the time that Binskin was CDF, and it was basically happening at the same time that the Broderick reviews came out. So in people's minds, the two pieces of work sort of became the same thing. That the gender culture reform program really ended up being aligned with the Women, Peace and Security program, which, although the Women, Peace and Security resolutions do talk about the need to increase women's participation in peacekeeping, and that necessitates an increase in women's employment in their own domestic security forces, the rationale behind that is actually about increasing the operational effectiveness and about increasing the results for women in conflict-affected countries. It's not actually about Australians, because we are blessed to live in a peaceful country. So I do find that quite frustrating sometimes, yeah. So in many ways, men who can take a gendered look at what's going on wherever Australia is, looking to intervene in a crisis, would be able to do that job. But at the same time, it is more likely that the average Australian woman is going to be able to tell and have a more subtle and nuanced discussion. For example, when it's a situation of wartime rape, it's more likely that a woman in the local environment is going to be able to communicate with a woman, or in countries like Afghanistan, where women were just not going to be able to speak to women.
No, thank you for clarifying that. I think often we get these adjacent terms and we mash them in together and we kind of lose sight of what we're actually talking about. So I think it's an important distinction. Before I turn to the floor, hopefully for a really controversial question, can I ask Brigadier Admiral, do you want to comment on the Women, Peace and Security agenda?
Listen, it's really important work, obviously, and I think it's been a work in progress for us over a number of years in having gender advisors in our Joint Operations Command, having gender advisors across our services. We recognise it's such an important body of work. Have we got there? Not yet, but certainly I've seen a greater participation in getting women into those gender advisor roles in exercises, in deployments, ensuring, we sent women over for 12 months at a time over to Afghanistan and things like that. So there's certainly an effort that has gone into it, but we need to do more. We accept that. And it's so often, in the past, it had almost been a secondary job for people. So we made it, primary, make sure that message is getting across. Those gender advisors are, now I see them always in planning conferences and things like that. So there's a lot of work being done in that space. Thank you.
And some of them are doing, we have this regular rotation of a person that goes to New York, and some of them are doing groundbreaking work. Cheryl Pearce, just in the Women's Weekly, Australia's most senior military peacekeeper. Some really amazing stuff happening.
Verity, any? Right, fantastic. All right. Well, we'll go to the floor for questions. We've got about 18 minutes. Can I ask you, when you ask a question, just to identify yourself and any relevant affiliations?
This is awkward. I wasn't going to identify myself. Cass Brooker, Australian Army. I was interested in your points where you mentioned, ma'am, about fitting in with the boys, and ma'am, about the sort of maybe first time you felt comfortable speaking about your priorities was when you were a full colonel. Growing up in New Zealand, the first time in my life I was told I couldn't do something because I was a woman was when I moved to Australia and rang up ADF recruiting. It was a bit of a shock. Since then, I've been a loudmouth Kiwi, speaking truth to power. As much as they've tried to put me down, I've been censored. It has impacted my career because I haven't ticked the right boxes as a specialist now in a generalist army. So my question is, for the whole panel, did you feel during your career progression that you did have to self-censor, or that you were invisible and then you had to fit that box for promotion? And at what point did you feel comfortable to be yourself and speak up and provide that critical thinking?
Great, thank you. And what I might do, just for time, I'll take a second question as... Oh, actually, no, because we're moving the mic. We'll go to that question. Admiral, would you like to start?
Yeah, absolutely. From my perspective, I joined as a maritime warfare officer and went to sea. I think Navy is different in a number of ways. I certainly always felt empowered in my job and to do what I needed to do. I did, I was one of the boys. I was a tomboy anyway, coming from, Queensland and down and joining the Navy, but I was one of the boys for a long time. And as I said, I think it was one of my friends became one of the first gender advisors for Navy, and I said to her, why would you want to do that? What does that mean? And she said to me, I remember when we were at sea doing X, Y, and Z, and we always went out with the boys drinking, and we always did this with the boys. And I said, yeah, I remember that. And she said that was because we weren't allowed to be ourselves. And it was just a realisation. But I always felt that I could do my job. Promotion-wise, I transferred over to legal officer because of to have a family. That was a personal choice. And I think probably as a legal officer I was able to speak up more because my opinion was, I had to provide advice, I had to provide opinion as well, and I had probably more scope to do that as a specialist. As a maritime warfare officer, I probably had less, but that again was back in the late 90s, which I acknowledge was a different era. Since then, I've been very fortunate having direct contact with our senior leadership, our chief of service, our deputy, etc. And I've often said to them, I will give you absolutely honest and brutal advice at times, because I think if I don't, I'm selling you short of the information you should have. And I've often told our senior leadership about our experiences as women, and they're quite horrified. But personally, it hasn't impacted me. I've actually felt empowered to be able to do that.
If I
look back at when I first started 30 years ago, all I wanted to be was grey. I didn't want anyone to notice me. I just wanted, particularly from the physical aspects of training, this is before we became a little bit more sophisticated and realised it should be by body weight, what you carry on your back, not necessarily gender, but just because we had some slight males in our as well, as you can imagine. But you just didn't want to be noticed. And I just remember wanting just to exist and let me be. Having said that, so there have been times I have been quiet and have not put my head above the parapet or made a comment because of strong personalities in the room. But at the same time, I've never changed. So if someone who went to RMC back in 1994 knew me today, they would say the same. I haven't changed, and I have been true to my values. I just might have to temper, or have thought I needed to temper how I behave in a group setting, just so I didn't sort of stand out. But that's being completely honest.
Thank you.
It's just what you wanted.
Remember, the Kiwis had women in combat well before we did. I was a lining. That job doesn't exist anymore, but it's was sort of like one of the grunt jobs in the Signals Corps. We laid cables, and I really enjoyed that. And I sort of chose Army because I had always enjoyed sort of getting dirty and hanging out with the boys and talking shit, and then getting really clean afterwards. So I think similarly, I was very happy in that space. When I shifted into the civil military space, my lining friends were quite happy with me doing that and proud of me doing that. But once I started focusing more on the gender stuff, they were much less satisfied. And the amount of time, so I was an enlisted, and the amount of time that I spent, no offence to any majors in the room, but that I spent trying to convince crusty old warrant officers and majors that they needed to listen to what Afghan women had to say about their own security. Oh wow, they were really not happy when I then needed to go and give the pistol lessons. They all got very tired of me. And yeah, it absolutely affected my career progression. And I saw it over and over again. And I remember one of the guy who recruited me into CIMIC, the OC, who went to a conference with the Chief of Army or CDF or someone was there, and I'd asked about investing in CIMIC capability. And my OC came to me like 2 days later. He was like, Hutcho, how do I end up in a car with a general asking about you? How is that possible? So these things absolutely affected me. And it was very frustrating. And I think this morning's panel about failures for me was very very enlightening. I mean, now I have a very different life than I did then. I live with a chronic disabling illness where a lot of things aren't possible, and I face a lot of failures with the very limited capacity that I have. But I think, and sometimes it makes me look back on all of those things and I was like, oh, what if I had have just behaved properly? And there are times when in the kind of inside that mould where I was like, oh, the CO should never know who I am because that's not what a good soldier is. But in terms of like diversity of thought and achieving the mission and what our objectives were, I was always there trying to make sure that we could be the best that we could be. I don't know if that answers the question, but I tried.
Sorry, if I could just, one more comment. Just from a senior female perspective, I just want to apologise for people who have been through this. I hope that we can learn from the experiences that you've had and others have had, that we can actually, have these forums, have mentoring forums, have other, opportunities to actually listen and hear where these challenges are and educate everybody, educate our women, educate our men to actually say it's okay to speak up and say things aren't right. And I think we're on that track, but we've still got a ways to go. So I just, personally want to apologise because I know people had a number of challenges through their careers.
Thank you so much for sharing your question and your personal journey. I would be dishonest if I didn't be a terrible moderator and offer a couple of remarks myself. Look, I think that everybody goes through that challenge. Is it self-censoring or is it preserving your freedom of manoeuvre to respond to something in the future? I think that's a question. I think, I've always kind of taken the approach, some might call it kamikaze approach. I've said, never keep my powder dry. Always leave everything on the field. Give it everything you've got. And I guess in terms of the self-censoring, look, for me, there was a fairly pivotal moment where I certainly felt that my posting, which would impact my career, was changed because of my gender. And subsequently, there was something that came out and said that I was not motherly. And I took exception to those 2 points. But I guess, there is that challenge that a lot of people have those stories in the room, and thank you for sharing yours. But I guess it is heartwarming as well to see how much we are changing to address those things. I think back to that moment where I felt that my posting was changed for my gender. And I could have counted the amount of females who commanded warships on one hand, and I would have had the fingers left. Now, I don't even actually know the number. So I do think that things are changing and progressing. Next question.
Hello, I'm Sarah Watson, former Australian Army officer. I'm now working in Department of Veteran Affairs, which I never envisaged in my future. When I left Defence, I was medically transitioned out after 18 and a half years in the military. And I guess my question goes to all of you as well, and thank you for being so candid and offering all your experience. Attached to my experience in the ADF was identity, and how do I now, 10 years down the track, I still look at myself quite strongly as a former intelligence officer in the Australian Army, and it's really been hard to transition. I had a pretty bad transition out as well. I'm so glad that the JTA exists now to support members transitioning. I think it's really important that we continue to do better by our service personnel in that space. But yeah, I guess for me, I'm now working on the Women Veteran Strategy. I've injected myself in that team, in fact, and I'm really enjoying seeing all the research and data that's coming through to hopefully influence better outcomes for women veterans in particular. I guess I was, at the same time with the whole identity piece, is that I tried to all my career be grey or fit in and not stand out. And so the question, and I have, especially for the military, or your military, but a women veteran strategy, is that going to cause some issues within the women veteran cohort who've always tried to just never stand out to is that going to cause an issue, do you think, as we start moving forward to this?
Well, thank you so much for your question. I think a really important question. Verity, would you like to start first, or Admiral?
So, I mean, I do speak up. Sorry, I didn't want to sort of, when I say I kept my head down, that's when you'd witness an environment which was combative and unhelpful and not constructive, where people were playing the individual, not the whatever was being discussed, if that makes sense. So I think that was my natural reaction, is to, okay, then this is not going to go anywhere. And I think what is powerful is when people who don't always have to fill the room with their voice, when they finally do say something, you listen. So I think it's also being strategic in that regard and empowering people to have the trust and confidence and create that psychologically safe space at the start of any meeting or interaction for people to speak up. That hasn't been the case previously and in the past. But I think we understand that how fundamental that is to generate good discourse, to have contested ideas, and to do it safely. So, and whoever's chairing or leading the conversational room, or if it's a consultation piece, someone's got to call that out and make it very clear. So, I don't know if I've answered your question, but.
Sorry, I'll just probably approach the veteran side of thing and the JTA. My husband transitioned from the Army after 28 years of service, and he left 6 years ago. And I have lived this with him through that really difficult period of time post-service. Joining at 17, 18 years old and doing 28 years, it's your whole life. So there is that element of feeling that you've lost part of your identity, not feeling valued, being, potentially outcast a little bit because he was medically transferred. It's a really difficult period, and we're really focused on, through the Joint Transition Authority, this coaching through that, that transition. We've got a contractor that helps people to find employment if they're still able to undergo employment. There's a lot of things in play that we recognise how important it is for veterans to still have that connection. And, through different associations, I work closely with the Clearance Driver Trust because they're often very affected, having come from that sort of environment where they are highly skilled, highly regarded and all those sorts of things, to suddenly becoming just someone on the street. So it's so important for us to recognise these are the challenges that people go through when they transition, and everybody transitions differently. So it's I think the women's veteran strategy, which you've spoken of, and I'm really pleased that you're involved, and I work with DVA closely as well in my role. I think it's really important to acknowledge that female veterans may feel quite different to our male counterparts. So I think it's a really important body of work, and I think that we've been asked to provide some input, and I think it'll be really important going forward. Thanks.
Susan, do you have a comment on that?
I just sort of 2 points, I think. One is that, sorry, I just am in this space at the moment. There are plenty of active women. in the kind of the mindset of our first point this morning from our lovely questioner with pink hair. I think even women who might have been not prepared, who have just been wanting to fit in while they were in service, I think there's some of those, when they get out, will still be that sense of being tired. Some of them suddenly become advocates for themselves and their family upon transition, and there's some really amazing organisations, Women Veterans Australia and such, who are doing that work. But similarly, I think in that space it's really important to note that sense of tiredness that women feel from that fight, and I think that can affect the way that they do or do not seek assistance, and the energy that they do or do not have to be able to grapple with the bureaucracies of entitlements and such.
Look, thank you so much. We are almost at time, and being more of a military officer than an academic, I do intend to finish at time. So I'd ask our panellists if they want to offer any final closing remarks.
Thanks, Jen. I think these types of forums are really important. I think it's an opportunity for us to share information, to share our stories, but also to let people know that they're not on their own in their journeys. We do have a great network of women. We have a great network of mentorers. I've gone to the ASPI mentoring program before and talked to a bunch of ladies there too, I think. But it's so important to see men in our audience as well, and to be part of our journey, to ensure that it's not just about us and it's not just what we say, but actually how our male counterparts support that journey as well.
Upon reflection, if I look at the branch and that's been established and what it's focused to achieve, it's really challenging things to be considered differently. The draft defence and DVA, or defence and veteran, but it's with DVA, mental health and wellbeing strategy really is looking at prevention, early intervention. So it's understanding that we can actually support wellbeing, support mental health, and prevent some downstream effects, and we've just got to challenge ourselves to think why not, and how can we do things differently, because if we do more of the same, we're going to get the same outcome and result, and we just don't have time for that anymore, quite frankly. So
I don't know if I have any closing remarks. If you want to know anything about women, peace and security, or any case studies, look me up. I'm at ANU. I check that email on Wednesdays. Thanks.
Well, look, thank you very much to our panellists for their insights and their honesty, and thank you for those that had time to ask questions.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the last panel of the day on women's leadership and the critical challenges of our time. My name's Debbie Ashenden. I'm Professor of Cybersecurity here at UNSW Canberra and Director of the Institute for Cybersecurity. So just to set the scene a little bit, the security landscape has shifted, not just in its content, but also in its character. National security can no longer, if it ever could, be neatly compartmentalised into defence, foreign affairs and intelligence. We have to contend with extreme weather events that destabilise entire regions, to cyber attacks that undermine the critical infrastructure of our country, to contested technologies and contested norms. Security challenges are increasingly complex rather than just complicated, bringing together human behaviour and well-being, technology and geopolitics. Quite simply, we are, in the words of Weinberger, solving problems in a world that has become too big to know. We can't solve our security problems in silos. Our vulnerabilities are interconnected and our threats are many and various. We have to address security problems as systems-level issues, and we have a panel here today that can address that complexity. To give a brief example of what I mean, we have heard the term statecraft quite a lot today, and in the area of cybersecurity, there are some well-established ways of using cybersecurity as statecraft, especially in the Indo-Pacific. Most programs, however, focus on capacity building, and not many of them set that in the context of climate change or sovereignty. So why is this important? Well, in the case of cybersecurity, it's really hard to care about capacity building at an individual and human level if what you're really worried about is whether climate change will destroy your home. So I think we need to remember that underneath climate security, cybersecurity, and even national security is this foundational term of security. And if we think about this in terms of human security, we have to think about not just protection from harm, but also about the freedom to engage and live a full life, taking advantage of all the opportunities on offer. And we can't address security issues at this human level with point solutions. We need to embrace and understand the complex contexts in which we are operating. So in this panel, we will explore the links between climate security, how environmental shifts are redrawing the map of risk, human security, the lived experience of individuals and communities under pressure, cybersecurity as both an operational theatre and a policy frontier, and national security, which must now account for resilience across all of the above. Now, this session is about women's leadership through these challenges, not as a footnote to that complexity, but as an integral part. We have 3 security leaders on this panel who happen to all be women, who are experienced in navigating, shaping, and responding to complex security issues in high-pressure and high-stakes environments. Our panellists have expertise in climate change, cybersecurity, and maritime defence, all within a national security context. So let me briefly introduce them. We have Lieutenant General Michelle McGuinness, Australia's National Cybersecurity Coordinator. We have Cheryl Durrant, Executive Member, Australian Security Leaders Climate Group, and Michaela James, Acting Head of Policy, Strategy and Engagement at the Australian Submarine Agency. So I will kick off with the first question. I'm going to give you the question, and then whoever is most up for answering it, feel free to pitch in. And if you want to disagree with each other, that's fine too. So, first question is, how is complexity reshaping your understanding of national and international security? Anybody want to pick that up? Please do.
Well, let me start. And Debbie, can I start by thanking you for pulling this together? And I love the frame in which you pulled together this. It's not about, inherently we are women. And I also love the fact that I have interacted throughout my career with both of these women before. So while we represent fields today, we've crossed fields and known each other for some time to some degree. Your question and your comments about security, cybersecurity is national security. When you think about the consequences, it's economic security, it's prosperity, it's stability, it's security. And I think sometimes we overlook that. I had the opportunity a few years ago now, I think it was 2022, to do some more advanced studies, and I had a professor who was a marketing professor who had us do a thought exercise on put yourself 10 years ago. And she spent some time making us think, where was I? What was happening? Then she ran through a range of technologies and said, could you have imagined? Could you have imagined paying your bills with your face on your phone? Could you imagine? And she went through a dozen things. I think she concluded by telling us and reflecting, as a group, we reflected on how the pace of change has never been so fast and it will never be this slow again. I think I've heard the Canadian Prime Minister reflect on similar comments, and I'm not sure which came first, but it was a really excellent thought exercise. We are currently in the most complex time since World War II. In my space, we're organising ourselves to manage and prepare for risks that we don't yet know with capabilities we don't yet have. So it's incredibly complex. Emerging tech will help us. Emerging tech is also an unmitigated threat. And I think sometimes we overlook the fact that AI will be critical and emerging tech will be critical, but the more critical fact will be the humans that are running or driving it. So I think my peers will have something to say.
So I found this question quite interesting because of the word reshaping, as if it was something new. And I come from an intelligence background many years ago, and I sort of never viewed the world as anything other than complex, or military action as anything other than complex. And I think if you're a theorist and you're reading your Clausewitz and Sun Tzu, you sort of appreciate that the military operates in a complex environment. So it's quite an interesting way you've asked the question. But what I'm understanding now as I start looking at the intersection of all these threats is that amongst all these complex patterns and what's observed on the surface of the world, if you're a complexity theory analyst, you need to dive down deeper and deeper and deeper. So what's causing the sort of threats and problems in cyberspace? And it's much like it's just a new environment where old threats are playing out. So again, to dive deeper down to what is the root cause. And I'm a big fan of the complexity theorist Donella Meadows, who talks about leverage points. And so I think, again, from an intelligence perspective, when we're looking at all of these threats and threat environments, we need to be not distracted by the glittering of the surface, but to dive down and saying, what are the real security values? What are the Australian security values, or what makes us vulnerable when we get threats to those values? And then say, what are the points of leverage that we can influence to shape all of these environments, whether it's the environment, whether it's the cyber environment, the maritime environment, in ways that are favourable to the security of the Australian people? So that's just a quick answer to that one.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Debbie, for inviting me and having me part of the panel today. Very similar thoughts to Cheryl and Michelle that I had in thinking about this particular question. But I think for me there's three key factors or key traits that make up this extraordinarily complex world that we live in, and as Michelle said, the most challenging times since the end of World War II. The first of those is the connected nature of the problems that we face, and really the fact that our security and our prosperity are inextricably linked. That is indisputable fact, and something that as policymakers is important that we think about. Because of those connections, there is an abundance of stakeholders and people interested in complex problems and complex challenges. And for any policy practitioner looking at whether it's maritime deterrence, climate, cyber, you name it, the number of stakeholders that we need to think about and engage with is wide and varied, and another feature of that complex landscape. And then my third thought was around the pace. As Michelle said, the pace of change and technological development that we face is unprecedented and really adds to the scope of the challenges that we face. In my own work on nuclear-powered submarines as part of AUKUS, as you heard, I'm from the Australian Submarine Agency, you start to see all these factors at play. we are acquiring a military capability, nuclear-powered submarine, but the program has significant opportunities for Australian industry. It is an economic endeavour as well around how we position our industrial base to support this capability. You have a whole-of-nation endeavour. A program of this size and scale is not just up to the Australian Submarine Agency. It is a endeavour that involves many parts of the federal government, state governments, local governments, communities who are in the areas where we will be investing in infrastructure, think tanks, academics, and of course our industry partners to actually deliver on the capability. So you start to see those three factors at play in that program.
Just sort of following on from that, I'm really intrigued by how accepting you are of complexity. And it suddenly struck me, and I've talked about this before, that defence and the military in particular are very problem-focused. So dealing with complexity comes naturally because from what I've seen, they tend to solve the problem, and how you get to the answer doesn't really matter. Academia is not as good at that. What lessons perhaps can be learned from the way that you have each approached the nature of complexity that perhaps would help others? Because you're going to need support from academia, from industry. How can we get better at it? What practices do we need to change?
Well, I might start off back. So I spent a lot of my time deliberately going outside defence and talking to different communities, different sectors, different groups, and often finding the answer to my problem, which was problematic and hard to solve in defence, was out there already in another group. It might be a permaculture group, it could be a civil society group, it could be a defence industry partner, it could be an international partner, think tank, university. And I think one of the things we have not done enough in defence as defence leaders, I think it's something women also do intuitively and well, is we go out and we network within a wider group of people. I'm stereotyping, but also archetyping with some degree of, I think, truth. That it really is the ability to go out and listen and walk among different sectors of community. So if you haven't gone out from the, I don't live in the Canberra bubble anymore, if you haven't gone out from the Canberra bubble and talked to someone in rural Queensland or northwest Tasmania or a civil society group or an international federalist group or a women's peace and security group or a feminist foreign policy group, take the opportunity each year to spend and walk with a different group for 1 or 2 years and learn their learnings and bring that back into your space. So just constantly being curious about the world, I think, brings you to an early understanding that it is a complex, messy space and you don't have all the answers and you need to work in groups to solve these complex, messy problems.
I think a key part of it at the outset is understanding the problem that you're trying to solve and defining that problem, ensuring that you know what it is and what good looks like. And then the second reflection on the complexity is really, as Cheryl said, it's about collaboration. You know, absolutely as issues and technologies and capabilities converge, and we've talked about the convergence of economic security and national security, then there is no one person who has a solution. So it's absolutely about collaboration. Certainly in the cybersecurity space, it's an absolute team sport. And to that end, people often say, oh, tell us about your role. And the cute answer is, it's in the tricks in the title. It's the coordinator. So the collaboration across sectors is super important in as much as those things all converge.
Did you want to add? That's a really nice segue into the next question. Thank you, Michelle. So what will determine effective security collaboration in this environment? What will it look like both nationally and internationally?
I'm going to start with a super boring disclaimer that about a week and a half ago the government called an election. So the things that we're allowed to talk about revolve around facts and my opinions around leadership. I'll leave the other ladies to make their determinations. So it's hard, and I won't talk about future policy or options. But I will say, as a incredibly platform-centric society, you know, the convergence of cyber as a vector as well as cyber security straight up coming together very closely and bringing great complexity. I think it touches all aspects of our lives. It touches our livelihood. It is associated with our cost of living. It's connected to our national security and everything in between. I think technology is the solution and the problem, and we have to go into that view with creative, curious minds on how we can adapt. And of course, the fast pace means that in my space, we're often behind threat actors. So we have to constantly think about what threat might we need to mitigate as we embrace new technologies. I think our legislation that we passed in the last year, which has inherent secure by design principles and rules, is a start, but it plays out in the climate change space. As we look to net zero, there's huge technology solutions there. It plays out in the maritime space. I think this is a reflection of the convergence right here.
Thanks. I think when thinking about collaboration, effective collaboration, it's helpful to distinguish collaboration from other words that talk about how we work together, coordination or cooperation. To me, collaboration is a deeper working together to achieve a collective outcome where you have a very strong shared sense of what the problem is, what you are trying to get after, and how you are going to do that. I want to echo Michelle's point earlier about there isn't a single person that can solve these complex challenges, and I'd add to that to say there also isn't a single way of doing it. The approaches that we need for these complex problems need to be multifaceted, looking at a range of avenues to deal with the complexity that we face. Multifaceted in terms of the stakeholders you engage, multifaceted in terms of the channels and avenues for engagement are really key. When looking at these kind of problems as well, to get that effective collaboration, making sure that we take a really strategic view, that I think systems was the word mentioned before, but what are we trying to do together, but remaining flexible and adaptable to deal with the uncertainty and the change on the ground. And just to come back to my work area, in the AUKUS program, as I mentioned, obviously a really significant national endeavour, but also a really interesting example of effective international collaboration. And I think it is a really unique example of three partners working together with those shared things I talk about, with a shared sense of purpose. What are we trying to do? Collectively uplift undersea capability between the three countries. A really shared sense of what is our plan. Many of you recall our leaders announced in September 2021 that we were going to acquire this capability. We then spent 18 months working together across the three countries of how we were going to do that, and then announced in March 2023 that optimal plan, and the three countries are working really collaboratively to now deliver on that plan. But a good example of the shared objective and the shared plan, which I think are so critical as factors for effective collaboration on complex problems.
Could I, just before we go to Cheryl, could I just ask a follow-on question for that? What is it about operationalising this shared sense of purpose? How do you do that? Are there any lessons learned that you could give us?
I think communication is one of the key things. It takes time. The number of conversations and discussions that we on any given day have with the United States and the United Kingdom about the program is significant, and building that shared understanding through those conversations and that really regular tempo of communication is critical. I think that's important with those partners, but it's also important on the domestic stage as well, that we're talking about explaining the program and what it is, and what role do state governments have, what role do local governments have, how can we work with communities to build understanding. Yeah. So if there was a single thing, it'd probably be communication.
Thank you. Cheryl.
I'm going to take a slightly tack on this one, because climate change and other environmental hazards are effectively planetary hazards. So cooperation between 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or half of humanity won't be enough. Environmental problems don't respect borders, whether it's plastics pollution, whether it's global heating, whether it's chemical loading on Earth systems, biodiversity loss, insectageddon. All of these things can't be solved by individual countries alone. And so really effective collaboration for this hazard requires actually going beyond the national security framework and thinking of us as human beings on a planet needing planetary solutions. And in this instance, I find some of the national security thinking counterproductive because it plays into narratives of othering and fear. And that may be quite sensible and has served nations well for several hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, but it's an idea that must die now, because without challenge to that idea and an imagining a new way of doing and being, I'm afraid it's going to be a very bumpy ride, and it's going to be a very bumpy ride sooner than people might expect, because the majority of climate scientists are now predicting that we reach 2 degrees by 2040, on track to 3 degrees, and a third of them think we're on track to sort of 6+ degrees. So if you've read Will Steffen's work, that is not a planet you want to be living in. And I was surprised at the ASEAN strategy panel earlier that there wasn't a mention of most of these countries may not exist if the extreme heat of climate change comes in, because they will be experiencing many days of unlivable temperatures. And I think it's failing to imagine that the scale of this threat is constraining us. And that's why I take a slightly different approach to one of the earlier speakers who talked about the importance of net assessments. All the national security apparatus, and I'm an intelligence officer, used to do these things, are based around competition and fear. You're comparing yourself to someone else and making sure you have more missiles or people or economy or resources. And so the very thinking traps you into this comparison and competition. But in the panel immediately before, we talked about combativeness as really bad inside a department, and we should have constructive dialogue instead. So what's this paradox here? It's okay to be combative and have an environment of fear and othering outside the department and between nations, but it's not inside. So I think we have to look for new ways for constructive dialogue at every opportunity, and there are still opportunities even in this very geopolitically unstable, increasingly fearful world. And I would just turn it around and say, is there a space for opportunity assessments? So instead of imagining the worst case and trying to avoid the worst case outcome, can we imagine best case outcomes? And the people who are good at doing this don't come from the security. So the security sector bring lots of analytics, lots of cyber capabilities, a whole lot of good stuff to this question. But what they don't bring necessarily is imagination and hope. And the ability to creatively think of really different worlds. And there are a number of civil society groups and transnational groups that are doing this work. So again, sort of familiarise yourself with the work, say, of Australia Remade. It's got a beautiful blueprint for a very different public service. And for such the Global Federalist Movement and the United Peoples. So there's a number of organisations trying to reimagine channels and avenues of cooperation, largely by using the cyber capabilities that we have globally to connect citizens directly to other citizens, and thus reducing the power of the state capture by the military-industrial complex. So it's trying to imagine a different way towards collaboration, because otherwise we'll be guarding the last bunker on Antarctica, which fortunately won't be in my lifetime, but maybe in the lifetime of some people here in the room.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Michelle? Or you...
I'd just add, I think cyber has a lot more in common with what Cheryl's talking about in terms of climate change. This is a global issue. If I separate it into two fields, there's the criminal, financially motivated ransomware that we're facing a lot, and then there's the state actors. But we're dealing with a region and a globe that quite often has better access and more consequences that outmatch their level of education and competence. So we're putting things in people's hands when they haven't got the education to do it. I do think when it comes to collaboration, I think at the heart of that is trust. And I think trust is actually a really important commodity that we need to continue to strengthen, and it seems sometimes at risk. And that relies on relationships. And certainly when I coordinate and collaborate, I do think there are degrees, and these words mean different things. Trust is incredibly important, relationships are incredibly important, and then exploring shared risk and understanding risk appetites, because you can't drive outcomes unless you agree, where your appetite for risk is. and have that trust that you're going to work together towards that outcome.
Thank you. Okay, so if we take climate change, cybersecurity and maritime deterrence as critical threads, how might they overlap in ways we haven't expected or yet explored on this panel?
I might go first on this one because, again, it was a very interesting question that I hadn't ever thought about. So thank you, Debbie, for that question. And I took a red teaming approach because with intelligence background, I thought, well, red teams love to exploit the gaps and the intersections and the liminal spaces between domains because that's where weaknesses may arrive. And so I thought if I was playing as climate change, where would I exploit the intersection between cyber and maritime? And of course, the knowledge and the science of our oceans is utterly critical to understanding and also for many of the solutions we implement for climate change and other environmental problems. So if I was a really evil adversary playing as climate change, I would be hacking into our maritime systems and feeding back a lot of false information into the oceanic science organisations, and thus giving an overly optimistic or misleading approach that prevents humanity reclaiming the Earth system dominance and allows the planet to get rid of this plague species and reset itself for the future. I was often too creative for defence. You can probably gather that.
Excellent.
Look, I think I've already spoken about the technology. We are platform-centric, I think, in all three fields. And I also think as we continue to find solutions, we need to equally match mitigations. This is about leveraging the immense opportunity of emerging tech whilst not introducing new threats. And I think about supply chain, I think about, as we think about creative solutions to net zero or whatever it might be, I think about all the technology and the opportunities for great and for harm. And I do like to and I have a fantastic team that we talk about imagination and hope, but you do it better, Cheryl. That's really creative and slightly terrifying.
I'll take a slightly different approach to answering that question. I think obviously there are lots of interconnectedness, and the National Defence Strategy even talks about the fact that the enhanced military competition and military modernisation we've seen is compounded by challenges like climate change. But I think what is interesting from the panel discussion is there are some other interconnectedness, such as the ways of thinking about these problems or the ways of working. When you have just listened to the various viewpoints, these are really complex challenges, and we've all spoken about needing to work with a variety of different people. We've all spoken about looking at what the issues are, what the problem is, where are our interests, what are our values, and how do we want to get after tackling issues. So even though the issues themselves can seem quite distinct and do have some areas of overlap, the ways of approaching them I think are similar, given that common theme around complexity. And then also the type of people that are attracted to these challenges, as Michelle mentioned earlier. She and I worked together 10 years ago in Washington and have interacted several times in lots of different jobs since then. And so those networks that you build up, whether it's working on maritime deterrence or climate change or cyber or space or whatever the issue is, keeping that network over time is so valuable because you're able to tap into it years down the track in trying to deal with these complex issues. So, as I say, slightly different approach to the question, but something that I was reflecting on.
Yeah, really interesting. And it leads into my next question, actually. So you are all leaders in your field who happen to be women. Reflecting on your own leadership experience, what lessons do you have for us? Any lessons learned, important skills that we should be fostering now to prepare us for this future?
Yeah. Thanks. So I'll pick up just where I left off. For me, one of the key things that I have been focusing on in the last few years is not just that vertical team that you have in your workplace,
all part of a particular unit working on a particular problem, but it's the horizontal team that is just as important. Your peers across government or across industry, across academia, and how you can best leverage that team to get after the issues that you're working on. Often they will bring really different perspectives. They will maybe represent one of these different stakeholder groups that we've talked about, and leveraging that horizontal team in complex problems, I think, is critical. The other thing that I have found really important in dealing with these kind of problems is the ability to take time to look up and find the connections. Some people are really good at doing that instinctively. Other people need to learn that. And in my own work, I find making sure I carve out time to do that is critical. I like to do triathlons. Anyone who has done any open water swimming or watched open water swimming races will know it is really important that you don't just power ahead with your head down. You have to look up, and that is, again, a skill you have to learn if you do any open water swimming. But it's so key, and in thinking about the importance of doing that in your work, just reminded me of learning that skill for my own swimming, and looking up, taking an assessment of where am I on track, who's around me, and what needs to happen. And the third thing that I just mentioned on my own leadership experience is caring deeply for the people that you work with, and caring deeply about the issues that you work on. I have found no more rewarding experience than working with people who I know have my back and who are equally nerdy, if you like, around the issues. That is inspiring, it builds momentum, and so something that I certainly try and share with my teams is not only looking after them as individuals, but a passion for the work.
I echo everything Michaela just said, fantastically said. I come back to trust and relationships being a really important, your ability to communicate and to build trust and those strong relationships. Recognising where you have strengths and where you might have gaps, and making sure the right people are around you and empowering them, knowing that as leaders it's not our job to be expert at everything, but to trust and empower those that help us have what we need. I think foresight and agility always strike me as super important, but having spent over the last 5 or so years as a defence member, first seconded into a US organisation and then seconded into the Department of Home Affairs, it strikes me that you can't influence, succeed or change a system if you don't understand it. And it resonates with the comments about looking up and out. If you don't understand the system you're working in, then you're going to be swimming upstream in trying to be impactful in it. So really, at each step as you go up, I've learned at every step about new intricacies, new systems, new processes, new bureaucracies that have to be navigated for better or for worse. Balance, I think, is super important, and it's always corny, but I say kindness is completely underrated. I think managing in this complex world is hard enough without thinking that you can actually just do it with kindness, and it's about building that trust in your team. Kindness always, and then I often talk about the magnetic nature and the heliotropic nature of passion. And I know passionate, I've spoken to people about being passionate, and it's a bit icky. Some people think, what do you mean by passionate? It's about extremely caring, like having an extreme version of caring about issues. And I do think that that has its own power when you're building a team, particularly when you're managing crises, having a high up tempo and dealing with just super complex and uncertain environments.
I just reflected on when I'd been successful in leadership or in tackling problems, and when I was less successful. And I reflected that when I was successful, I was able to bring 4 qualities in balance to a team or to a problem. And those 4 qualities were courage. You've got to be brave enough to speak with your authentic voice, even if that means speaking truth to power, not popular during most of my public service career. Creativity. And it's not sufficient with the complexity of today's problems to think outside a box. That's just thinking in a larger box. You need to think outside a Colibri-Yau manifold, which is a 16-dimensional object. So you really need to be creative in a big way and go to the creative arts sectors, they can help you with this. Curiosity, it's the willingness to be wrong and to change your mind when new evidence appears. So you've got to be, I'm convinced this is the right way, but you've got to go, ooh, actually, my conservative uncle does have a good point over here. I've actually got to listen to him. But curiosity itself is not enough because it's an intellectual capacity and it's sort of fueled by logic, but it can be derailed if you also lack compassion, because you may not even get to listen to that conservative uncle because you haven't got compassion for everyone in your team, people like you or unlike you. And so when I brought one of those qualities that were dominating the others, and for those that know me, it was probably courage, too much honesty and speaking truth to power. When I balanced that with curiosity, creativity and compassion, that's when I had my most success. And the qualities for each of you may be different from those. Those are the ones that resonate with me. But find those qualities you have in yourself, your individual qualities, that you need to bring to the table in balance with each other. And then everyone will thrive and fly and soar because you'll be the best of yourself.
Thank you. I just wanted to reflect on some of the language that we've used today, and I wanted to stray into an area that I don't really particularly like, and I suspect you don't either. How much of these things like creativity, connections, communication, collaboration, curiosity, relationships, trust, leveraging your team, kindness, are these women's skills?
I don't think they're women's skills, but if you're talking about stereotyping, as we did before, some of them come as easier strengths. Again, I don't like talking about it, but I reflect often on a time in my career very early on when I thought that minimising what made me different was the right thing to do. And it took a few moments early in my career to realise that actually my differences are my strengths. But some of those things were things that I sought to minimise in what was, of course, a very masculine environment many decades ago.
And again, I was deeply formed by early experience in my youth. I was absolutely fascinated by the Homer's Iliad. And I never really thought about these being men or women's skills because the main actor in the Iliad is actually the goddess Athena, who is goddess of all those things, wisdom, weaving and war. And if weaving is connections. And so I never in my mind saw anything as particularly a woman or a man's skill because I'd been taken as my role model, the goddess Athena. So I was very delighted to come to this conference and see that her power as a goddess still resonates here.
Yeah. Did you? No, good. So one of the other things that strikes me is that when those skills come naturally, it's really sometimes quite difficult for people not to understand why everybody doesn't have them. And I think that's because if the skill comes naturally, it's just as a matter of course that you do those things. How do we help others develop those skills? They're not the kind of things that you can go to university and learn or do a training course on.
I think talking about them is a good start. And my short answer to the prior question was going to be they don't have to be. And I think acknowledging where those things are successful. Cheryl, your comments about reflecting on what has been successful in your own career and your own leadership, I think that's a really useful exercise for anyone to do. And thinking deeply about what creates that success. And my guess would be, certainly from my own experience and sounds like from others on the panel here, that it is those skills and attributes that have led to those moments of success for myself. So I think that's really useful.
Yeah, I think that you can't teach them, but they definitely are learned. And you learn through experience, and the things that help you with that are trusted people, and not just mentors, but people who help you have the self-awareness to look back and to learn what did work, what didn't, what might have gone wrong, and to observe, role models around you and go, oh, I really do want to be more like that, or I see what they did there and that was really successful and I don't want to be that.
Yeah, so thanks, Michelle. I think that mentoring is really important. I was fortunate enough to have some fabulous mentors and also role models in my defence career, and came to them with that curiosity and said, what is working for them? But I think Gandhi said it best, be the change you want to see in the world. We have in disaster resilience, where I do a lot of work now, is constant repetition of show, not tell. If you want to deal with local communities, if you're coming in from Canberra and outside, you're not necessarily going to be listened to. And so the ability to demonstrate the behaviours, I think, is far more powerful and compelling than conversations, although conversations are better if you can't get anything else.
Thank you. So I think we're ready to open it up now for questions. I think there's a roving mic. Yeah? We have to steal one. So if you'd like to raise your hand if you have a question for one of the panellists. Yep.
Hi, so I may be the only American here today. Usually we travel in large packs. Actually, my partner came with me. She's an American as well, but she also has citizenship to another country. That gives an idea. So her other national affiliation is to Israel. And the question for you is, in rethinking Australia as a more independent power, how does Australia leverage its own human capital to do more of the jobs it will need doing, and assuming that it will do them in concert with others, but really, how does Australia develop the thinking force and working force to cope with the problems you deal with in a way that is not led by someone else?
I'm going to say it's a hard thing to talk about during caretaker, which I apologise up front in terms of any future planning and strategy. I don't know if you have anything from the AUKUS sense. I'm happy to circle back.
I was going to take a more narrow response to the question, so it'll probably only satisfy you a little bit. But when we think about the AUKUS endeavour, and as I said, that's my work, so I'll come back to that as the example. We know that program is going to require about 20,000 jobs over 30 years. That is a huge amount of jobs required, and they are across a whole different range of skills and capability, from infrastructure and construction to nuclear expertise to more general shipbuilding to technical expertise to help us run and manage the program. And how we are dealing with that challenge of that significant workforce growth that is required and upskilling is all the things we talked about over the course of the panel. We're collaborating across the federal government, so with other government departments, to look at how do we build STEM skills across the nation. What apprenticeship programs can we support? What initiatives can we work on with industry to help get people into those fields? We're collaborating with the state governments, particularly WA and South Australia, in how we do that as well from a jobs perspective and a training perspective. And so I think coming back to that point about collaboration, that is one of the really key ways that we can work on building the human capital here to get after these complex challenges, like how to ensure that we have a workforce capable and able to steward a highly complex capability like a nuclear-powered submarine.
Did you want to pick it up? Don't feel you have to.
So I think for me it's really having a greater appreciation of Australia's soft power and soft capital, which is quite substantial. I mean, how good are our women's sports teams globally? I won't say punching above their weight, because it's a very sort of performing far better than we would expect for our size and demography. How good are some of our movies, which is excellent cultural power as well for our size. And so does America, although it's blowing it up at the moment, but might need to rethink. But also, we're the global leaders in permaculture. That thinking came out of Australia. It's a global movement. We're the global co-founders of Deep Ecology movement. It's a big movement coming out of Australia. We have some excellent international lawyers, and we have some major contributions to the international law of the sea. We've got great research organisations, and we've got some really creative industries and creative expertise in advanced manufacturing, not across the board. And so in this time where obviously our military power may not be our number one thing, because we're stuck between a rock and a hard place where we purchased a set of capabilities around a certain world order that's no longer there, is just now turn and understand how Australia has leverage in a much more softer way, and use that to try and shape. As I say, you first shape, and then if that fails, you deter, and then you hopefully fight on the beaches. So let's think a little bit more about the first two steps of shaping and deterrence, and where our soft power capabilities and capital may help us out in that space.
I'd just add that we know we have a shortage, and the solutions are certainly whole of nation endeavour, similar to what we're talking about in AUKUS. It's going to require a lot of collaboration.
Yeah. Thank you. Other questions? Oh, yes.
Cheryl, just following on the back of your comment, is it your opinion that Australia is well positioned to deploy, and do we have the sophistication and the varying degrees of diplomatic finesse to deploy our soft power effectively, multilaterally, transcontinentally, to achieve the first steps of deterrence and influence?
I'm a little bit out of date because it's 5 years since I've been working with DFAT and Defence, but my observation then was we're or perhaps almost but not quite. We have a lot of outstandingly brilliant people in foreign affairs and trade, and Penny Wong is an incredibly impressive foreign minister. Just to hear her speak and the way she subtly and in a nuanced way navigates difficult positions, whether we agree with all of her statements or not. She's a very proficient operator, and hopefully the department's been reinvigorated under her leadership after being trashed for many years, unfortunately, with resources cut. To do that really well, we have to have a good public service. So the reinvigoration of the public service to implement that power is essential, but also connecting the public service into other organisations in Australia who are doing these activities, and again, thinking across a wider network of players. And I think earlier we were talking about the need for everyone to come together to look at it. We do need to bring in our arts, our sports, our business, our research in order to get the best benefit from that soft power, because the people that work in public service won't know about the brilliance in permaculture over here. They may never even have heard of the word permaculture, or know nothing about our women's sporting teams, and even men's cricket teams are doing fabulous community and charity in Africa and India. These are things often not aware in the public service. So it's just really that broadening and curiosity. Of course, it's difficult to do that because how much is too much? You can constantly chase the information. And the easiest way is to don't have the individuals try and chase every piece of information, but just have much more mixing and connecting in the public service. You shouldn't just have the occasional think tanks. We should be regularly mixing. We should know people across multiple departments. We should be meeting not just at senior executive level with our counterparts. We should be having regular working groups at APS level, as well as the executive level and senior executive level and the very top level. And hopefully I see some evidence of that coming back and beginning to occur a little bit more. But it just needs to constantly, it's not a waste to spend time in networking. And I think there was a time where efficiency was our god and we ignored it. So we need to be effective as well as efficient.
Does anybody else want to chip in? Nope. Any other questions? Yep.
G'day, Murray again. Just on the complex adaptive system side of things, just curious about how and why we're growing our Defence Force. At the moment, our junior personnel, particularly our junior decision makers, are growing up in a complicated approach, so doctrinally, TTPs, all that good stuff, which is good because you don't want to hand a sort of loaded weapon to a 17-year-old and have them being creative on the weapons range. But at some stage, we need them to pivot. We need them to pivot to being able to deal with complex adaptive systems. And so in a peacetime environment, it's very difficult for us to do that because of bureaucracy and regulations. what happens if we have to go to a situation where we need our decision makers to be able to deal with complex adaptive systems which can't be solved? They're only a system which can be modified to a more favourable position.
Can I just kick off something here? So I don't know about Australia, but I did 12 years teaching at the UK Defence Academy. And one thing I could always guarantee when I finished was that any officer of rank of major and above who'd been through any of our degree courses knew how to do systems thinking. It was one cohort that I could go into any business afterwards, and if there were ex-serving military in there, they would know how to do systems thinking. So we used to teach it back then, so I'm not imagining it's disappeared.
Yeah, it seems like an obvious question for me, but sitting outside the Department of Home Affairs, I won't venture into too much about defence. But I would absolutely echo what Debbie said, is that I think that is something that has been persistent. The nature and of the complex evolving situation has changed, but our training hasn't, and it's always aspired to have us be both creative and systematic in the way that we think.
I think for me, you can't experiment on the real world. We can, but in most cases in the military we can't do that because we can't experiment, see what happens if we drop some nuclear missiles here and see if that works out. So it really needs to be, for me, a big emphasis in gaming and simulation and hypothetical exercising and scenario planning. So a lot of the tools that are in the futures sector and the futures part of defence and foreign affairs need to be more widely spread and pretty much used everywhere, I think.
Thank you. Other questions? Or discussion points that you want to raise? Could you just use the microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, just a comment that they could be used also for social skills. It doesn't have to be a technical skill. You know, those things like curiosity, those things like compassion, you can simulate and scenario build them and then have those people experience them and learn from it because they are learned, as you said.
I was just going to say, I've seen some fantastic HR leadership management simulation where you get thrown into a really tricky leadership situation around very people issues, and looking at young officers actually learning what they learn and how they respond and how they move through that, and then watching them do it 3-4 times before they figure out, maybe I should have responded that way first.
Yeah, it is a safe space, but it shouldn't be siloed to only one group of people because we all need that all the time.
No, thank you for your comment. I just put a plug in to have a look what the Australian disaster resilience sector is doing as well. They're also dealing with complex problems that land in communities and are happening again and again. So they've got lots of real life learning in that space. And just a plug to have a look at some of the resources on the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience. I think that would be useful for defence. I will declare an affiliation with them, but they're also bringing a lot of community and social and soft skilling and thinking into that space.
Yes.
I just had a bit of a random question. Given our current collaborations, particularly with the US, who aren't signatories to certain treaties around the world, and now with the new Trump administration withdrawing from other things, and for instance Google removing potential human in the loop from targeting in the future, have we thought about the moral injury that could cause to the Australian defence workforce and their well-being in the future?
I think it would have been an excellent question to the previous panel. But I did, when I was in the role of Director of Preparedness and Mobilisation, did think about moral injury and how we prepare and prevent moral injury. I'm not sure whether that work continued or went anywhere, but it's an extremely important thing. We do put soldiers, sailors and airmen in cases of moral injury. And there's some research also, again, in the disaster resilience space of one case where we had some soldiers responding to the Brisbane flood, and their OH&S meant they couldn't really go into the buildings because they weren't qualified for safe building search. And so the corporal was standing there going, the granny's just gone in, but I'm not supposed to go in. And just we should be avoiding, where possible, putting our soldiers in that type of circumstances. So we do have to think of that moral question as part of our preparedness and part of our training.
Just for everyone's benefit, and it is a really convenient opportunity to talk about some of the research that Security and Defence Plus are doing. So right now we have a project called the Asimov Project. We've won a grant with US government to do ethics around technology and AI, and that's in the moral dimension that you just described. So that's work out of Dean Peter Baker here at HASS. It's funded by Arizona State University, and it's supported by David Wenham and others out of King's. So in terms of praxis and strategy and execution, by way of this issue, we've got about 8 years worth of research which is about to kick off, which we will lead on that very topic. So we're certainly very mindful of the soft science, statecraft dimension of what this technology is doing to how nations fight and win wars. Thanks.
My only addition is it's not new to us to be working with partners that aren't signatories to everything, and as a career intelligence professional, this has been a topic, I think, throughout the majority of my career on the ethics, and certainly as throughout my career as technology's evolved, it's continued to be a significant discussion both on the ethics of technology and what we refer to with Google, but also caring for the soldier and the operator in new ways when it's just a very different potential injury.
Thank you. So we're going to bring the panel to a close, but before I do, are there any final comments from the panellists? Anything we need to know further about women's leadership and the critical challenges? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for that panel and the discussion. It was really interesting.
Ladies and gents, what I'll do now, just quickly if I can ask for your forbearance, is we'll bring today's activities to a close. So without further ado, first people to thank are the people in this room. For those of you who have been here all day and for those that have been here for part of the day, without your attendance and your involvement, Athena would be pointless. So for your advocacy, your curiosity and your commitment, our sincere thanks. Many of you would know, but some of you wouldn't, is that this is the third part of the Athena series, with the first being in London late last year, Arizona about a month ago, and UNSW today. What we've found is, in terms of connection and appetite, is something quite extraordinary. So what we will give an undertaking from today is that Athena 2026 will happen. Thanks, Lauren. It will come in the form of a thematic or some sort of topic that will elicit a response from over the next 6 months. So where you see on our social media an invitation to get ideas and subjects around Athena moving into 26, would certainly take your advice on that. For those of you that don't spend a lot of time thinking about Security and Defence Plus, again, the 3 universities sit across the 3 AUKUS jurisdictions, as it turns out. From our perspective, from here we go to London Defence Conference in 3 weeks. The advocacy continues. From there we bounce into Hawaii as part of LAMPAC, where we're running a series on Indo-Pacific issues as they relate to security and defence. And a lot of those include, Cheryl, a lot of your topics. So it's the non-traditional elements of national power where we're focused. And we're going to Japan later on this year to talk about that very thing in Kyoto, of all places. From the LAMPAC activity, via Kyoto in August and then back into the DC for some congressional delegations as part of AUKMIN and OSMIN going forward. So the advocacy we do on behalf of the 3 universities, but on this topic more broadly, is really a function of leadership. And the reason I bring that up is because, you know, what you've borne witness to today and what you've been part of is what I like to call strategy in execution. So, you know, we certainly are concerned and challenged by the age in which we live. There are things that we've taken for granted for a long time that are now requiring us to think about a plan B, which is uncomfortable for many and quite emotional for all of us. But you can rest assured, in terms of our strategy, it's not just shelfware, it is in execution. And your participation today is part of our deliverable on behalf of our constituency on these topics that are really important. A special shout out to Lauren Mellows, who's really been the driving force behind all three Athena activities. She's an accomplished scholar in her own right. She's got contributions beyond her S&D responsibilities, and again, I'd really encourage you to make connections with Lauren, because again, her thought leadership on this issue and others is outstanding. And the last thing I'll say is, again, my appreciation to UNSW in this instance and its hosting. S&D Plus has got 4 full-time people, but it really is the community of practice, and we've got great participation from Vanita, from Alison, and from others, Tristan Moss and others who are here to help us do this today. So from here, your mission is to help us achieve our mission. Please advocate on behalf of your own constituencies, encourage the debate further, and talk to us about how you can be part of what we do in the future. But thanks very much for your participation, and certainly looking forward to the next time we can all engage on this important topic. Thanks very much.